product, service, or result. And they gave like our definition, the textbook definition of what a project was to send back to her to say, it's not just your job. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Had you read the description? She talked about a project, but the title, she put her job title. Because of that, they said, well, this isn't even a project then, it's just your job. I'm like, really? If your title was project manager, they would say no. Like, so again, I was told, look, we don't have the smartest people reviewing applications. Make it obvious, right? But that's what they did. They denied it because of her job title. So I was shocked. I told her I was shocked, but I'm like, resubmit and just got to change the top part. Like I was focused on the narrative. I didn't even look at the top part, nor did I think it would matter too much, right? It was obviously a project she talked about. So lesson learned for all of us. When you put your job title up there, they're like, yes, that's not a project, that's your job. Okay. So thanks very much, Chris, for sharing this with everybody. All right, other announcements. Standing up a secondary education YouTube channel doesn't seem to be the easiest thing in the world. We had to verify all kinds of information. And so it's in the process of being verified. And I'm like, all right, we're just going to use my YouTube channel that I had from ages ago that nothing's in anymore. So the YouTube channel, Julie Bellemare 4284, there's apparently lots of Julie Bellemares out there. So I'm number 4,284. Now, I don't know where the numbers come from, but I was not 42 years old in 1984, though, I can tell you that. That's not where those numbers come from. Anyway, I created a video about float. We're going to take a look at the slides for that video today, just in review, but that's up there. And then we're going to put up there, hopefully at the end of the day, this class is being recorded on Teams. We'll throw up the Teams recording from last class and this class, so you'll have that right away. And then the other videos from these cameras are being edited, and those that are finished will go up already, and the other ones will go up as they're edited. But at least so you have the class information, just the recording from Teams will go up right away. So there's the YouTube channel, or you can just find it at Julie Bellemare 4284. And then I received a couple emails from our online audience that says, hey, class is getting really confusing online because I can't see everything you're pointing to and talking about. So I'm like, all right, I'll do a better job of not just pointing, but saying what I'm pointing at. But if you have a question about what we're covering, ask it. Online, you guys are really quiet, and so ask your questions as well. And if you put them in the chat, Shannon will answer them, and maybe that's why we're not hearing them. But if you want to know more about the topic, please ask that too. But come ask during a break, because the people online got confused about what was part of the class and what was extra. So I'm like, all right, I understand. So we'll just say, and even if you're online, if you want to know more about it during a break, just speak up and we'll be able to talk about it during the breaks. Okay. Any other announcements before we jump into the material? Good week. Hey, guy. What, am I muted online? No? Oh, this computer is muted. Okay. Online, you can hear us, right? Can you hear us online?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so last time I tried to describe a chart and I'm like, I just needed to pull this chart up. So I had to go way back in to find the chart. But this is the budget chart on the left. The color chart is the new chart that I think you're going to see on the exam. But if the exam is not updated yet, the gray chart is the older chart that you may see on the exam. Now, why they changed it? Because PMBOK 7th edition says the project budget includes the management reserve, but the project manager does not control that. So if there is a management reserve, then the project budget, this blue box on the far left, is the project budget. Well, you'll see in this gray box on the far right, the project budget does not include management reserve. That was a change for the 7th edition that drove the change to this chart, which I think is in the older editions, and they changed it and then changed it back again. So I don't know which chart you'll see on the exam if you take it pretty soon, but you can see work estimates, cost baseline is the same. Cost baseline plus contingency reserve is the budget the project manager controls. And then if there is a management reserve, that becomes part of the entire project budget. Definition in the 7th edition of the PMBOK says the project budget includes the management reserve. Okay. So I wanted to make sure I showed you that to help for some clarification that I should have showed you to begin with. And then there are two slide decks coming your way. The one on float is on YouTube, EVM. It didn't get finished. It looked completely stupid. So I'm not putting, I'll redo it this weekend and it'll go up. It'll go up this weekend. But I want to look at them now and just do a quick review because that's where there was some confusion last class. So let's just do a quick review of those. We'll start with float. Take two, understanding float. Take two, the slides aren't going to change. Well, let me do this just to move on for time because it changed whenever I rehearsed and now it's not changing. There we go. Definitions. Total float, the maximum time a project can slide to the right without impacting the total project, your deadline. A free float, the amount of time a task can slide to the right without affecting the early start of the next task, right? And then, of course, float is part of the critical path method. That's one of the test questions. So total float, free float, independent of each other, but free float will always be equal to or less than total float. And if the task is on the critical path, float's always zero. Okay. So if you have a chart that looks like that and they ask you to calculate the critical path, well, you're going to look for early and start dates that are the same. Look for zero float, and that's going to be the easiest way to identify the critical path. My experience with the exam is they showed me what looked like a scheduled network diagram that we first worked with and had to calculate the critical path. So that one wasn't as easy as this. Okay, so to calculate total float, you simply are going to compare early finish to late finish or early start to late start, right? The top and the bottom is a subtraction problem, and there you're going to find total float. Total float is all you need to calculate for the exam. Okay. Calculating free float is what we didn't talk about last time, and that's where I let the conversation get a little confusing. So let's talk about calculating free float. So there's a couple formulas, but this is the easiest one, I think. So free float, you take the very next task, which is the successor task, comes second. You take that task, early start of the successor task minus the early finish of your task you're calculating float for, your current task, minus one day, 1 unit, right? So C is the only activity on this chart that has real free float. So if we look at C, we look at the early start of the successor, which is 8, minus the early finish of the current task, which is 5, minus 1. So it has free float of 2. If we look at activity B, the very next task, the successor task, has an early start of 8 minus an early finish of 4 for task B, minus 1, which tells us that task B has a free float of 3. It also has a total float of 3. That's the difference between 4 and 7 or 1 and 4 for task B is 3. Okay, so that's calculating total float, free float. It's just as simple as that. Don't believe you need to calculate free float on the exam, but total float you will. And the total float question, I believe, pretty certain, shows you this kind of chart, and you're just simply going to compare the top and the bottom of either the left or the right side. Okay. There's float. That help clarify some with float? Simplify it for you.
Where are you coming up with the one for C?
For task C, So we want to look at, same formula. We want to look at let me put this back up online.
If you open the chat, you can see what Shelley's talking about.
Can't open up the chat from my screen right now. So my phone's going off about the chat. So we look at the early start, which is the top left box for early start is the top left box. So if you look at our key at the bottom, you see the ES, the top left, early start minus early finish, the top right. So we take the top left of the successor task, the next task in line, and we subtract the early finish from the task that we're calculating free float for, our current task. So for activity B, is that what you asked about, Shelley? Bravo?
C.
C. So for activity C at the top, the very next task is activity 8. So the early start of activity activity F is 8. The top left corner is 8. And we subtract our early finish date of C, because that's what we're calculating float for C. And the early finish is 5. So we have 8 minus 5, and then we minus 1. So 8 minus 5 minus 1 is 2. So we know activity Charlie has a free float of 2.
But why minus 1 the ends? Sorry, I know you're just explaining it, but I think I'm having trouble grasping where'd you get 1 from? I get the early start and early finish.
It can't start and finish on the same day.
Got it.
So it's not just the difference, it's the difference minus 1. So if one ended on 7 and the other one started on 8,
Yep.
then that's 0.
Oh, so
Not
you're
1,
rounding.
that's
Got
0.
it. Got it. You're rounding. Okay. That makes sense.
That answer your question, Shelley? If not, this is the video that's on YouTube, and you can watch it over and over again until it helps make sense.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
We can talk more,
Don't have
Shelley. if you
100
want. We can
questions
talk
on
more.
flip.
Not right now, but at another time, we'll talk more about it. I'll help you get this. Okay. I also want to do a review of earned value management. And based upon what I was told the exam now has, but then just this morning, that may have changed. May have changed a little bit. So, but hopefully this clarifies some things with earned value management as well. Okay. So earned value management allows us to measure our progress against our baselines, schedule baseline, cost baseline. So that, here we go, you can evaluate the progress and you can prevent further degradation if you know. So variance, we're calculating how much we vary from our plan. That's basically it. How far off the plan are we? So our scheduled variance is EV always comes first. If you have to calculate this, EV, earned value, always comes first in the formulas. So scheduled variance is EV minus our planned value. And cost variance is our earned value minus our actual cost. Okay, so cost has our actual cost. Our schedule uses PV, planned value, your plans that you have for the weekend. That's your schedule, right? So PV, schedule, AC, cost. PV always comes first. So variance is a subtraction problem. Our performance index, SPI, schedule performance index, or CPI, cost performance index, is a division problem. And EV comes first, it's at the top. So for SPI, scheduled performance index, EV divided by planned value. And CPI is EV divided by our actual cost. So earned value is the work we've actually done. It's just the work we've completed, expressed as dollars. But it's the work you've completed, expressed as dollars. Keep that in mind, because there's some questions that get a little tricky there. So here's the formulas again, but it's the lines at the bottom that's most important here. So with the variance, if you're on plan, there's no variance. You're right as you've planned. So your variance is 0. You're not varying from the plan at all. If you're less than 0, oh, that's not good. You're behind schedule or you're over budget, but it's not good if your number is less than 0. If your number is greater than 0, then you're ahead of schedule or the test may say within budget, but you're under budget, within budget, okay? Now the performance index, think of your plan as being, you're working 100%. You're 100% right on plan. That's what we plan to do, to work 100%. And if you express percent as a decimal point, 100% equals 1. So if you're greater than 1, because you're working at 120%, 120% as a decimal would be 1.2. And if you're working at 120%, well, you're going to be ahead of schedule because you plan to work at 100%. You're working at 120. So any number over 1 is really good. You're ahead of schedule or you're under budget. You're managing your money really well. And again, the test may say you're within budget. If you are under 1, then you're at like 90% efficiency or 80% efficiency. So you're going to be behind schedule. And if you're only managing your money at 80% efficiency, you're going to be over budget. Okay, so know what those numbers mean, because if you can attack the earned value management questions as the logic problems rather than math problems, they're going to be a little bit easier to answer. Sometimes they just give you the numbers and you have to know what they mean. And I didn't catch all the question. Go
It
ahead.
was, how often are the calculations used in actual project management? I don't think she's asking about the test. I think she's talking about in the real world.
Yeah, I don't know how many project managers use earned value management. Not taking,
Some version of it every time you do an iteration review, you know.
you're going to say, are we on schedule or not on schedule? So that question gets answered a lot. Are we within budget or not within budget? But whether you use the earned value management calculations or not, I'm not sure. I don't know what project managers use it, which ones don't. They do some version of it because they calculate how far off budget we are. And budget often counts more often than the schedule, right? Especially when you work for the government, we allow the schedule to move a little bit, but we count our money pretty closely. Because we feel like we have lots of time. We don't always have lots of money. We don't always have lots of time either, but in the government, we pretend like we have lots of time. We'll still get going. We just don't know the budget ends at a certain date. Our time doesn't end at a certain date.
I mean, I imagine, especially when you're trying to look forward, like, okay, if this is what we spent, or this is what how much we've done, trying to look forward as to, okay, what's our estimated end cost now?
That's
What's our
exactly
estimate?
why we're going to do this.
Or what's our estimated finish completion
Sure.
time if this is the actual rate based instead of our estimated rate of completion?
That's exactly it. So it's not hard to say, my budget is $1 million. We're halfway through and I've already spent almost all of my $1 million. But how am I going to get through the other half? Like, that's not hard to do. And you don't even need to do calculations for earned value management to know that, wow, your budget's almost all gone. But you do the performance index or the variance calculations so that you can get to that next step. Okay, if you still have half your project to go and you've spent almost all of your budget, what's this really going to cost? How much more money do you really need? And that's that next part that's forecasting. And this is where earned value management really helps. You have to do the variance or the CPI calculations first to get to this point. So the estimate at completion results in a new budget. It's going to say, based upon how well you've been doing to this point, what's your budget really going to be at the end? Like if you're managing your money at 1.3, your CPI is 1.3. Well, that means you don't need as much money as you thought you needed for your project. So you're going to have money left over. So your portfolio manager wants to know that because your peer who's a project manager is begging for management reserve. Where does that management reserve come from? Your project where your CPI is 1.3 and their CPI is 0.74. Because their estimates weren't as good as your estimates. So their baseline was wrong. Whatever the situation was, right?
So then what is, I mean, from a manager's perspective, what's the benefit if you're just gonna give your money away? Right? So you get a pot of $1 million, you can do the work with 700,000 and they're like, all right, well, great, we're taking that 300 grand back and thanks for being good. Here.
Spoken like a true
Somebody-
government employee.
Somebody who sucks is now gonna get the love and get the extra.
Yeah, so spoken like a true government employee. They may not suck. There may have just been a lot of things happen. A lot of risk happened. Things came up out of their control that cost some extra money in there they didn't plan. It may not be because they suck. Or maybe they do because they didn't take the PMP course, right? I don't know. But for whatever reason. So we're going to talk about ethics at the end. So as a project manager, and one of our 12 PM principles is we are good stewards of our resources. So if you don't need that extra money, you make that available for the organization to use. Not about the other person or the other project, but that's the organization's money. Be good stewards of those resources. That's really why. But in the government, we have this thing about you got to spend it all or else they're going to take it back and you won't get that much money next year. So spend all you have, right? That's become the philosophy in the government. But as good stewards of our resources, if we only need $700,000 to do our project, we planned for $1 million, but we really only use 700,000. We get that 300,000 back. We don't need it. Belongs to the organization. It doesn't belong to us.
I imagine in a corporate environment, things like bonuses might get calculated off of how under budget you are.
I don't know. But even in the government, look, that's my tax payment. That's my money that you're just wasting. Because yesterday my accountant told me to pay $7,000 in taxes for the quarter. Okay?
This would hit my risk register, right? Because it assumes
My money.
that I'm at a constant rate of expenditure. When I might
That's true.
expenditures in the front or
Okay.
a lot of expenditures in the back.
Yeah, so this is where being a project manager comes in, and this is where off topic again, where if, we knew that we were going to spend a lot of money up front and not at the end. And if that's our plan, then we haven't varied from the plan. If our plan was to spend 1 million out of our 1.2 million by month 6, but then we haven't varied from the plan because that's what the plan called for. We knew that we had all these expenses up front and very little at the end. So that's our plan. So that's okay because that's what the plan called for. But if that wasn't the plan, then that may not be okay. Right? Did you online have a question? No. Go ahead, Chris.
So where does earned value come from? What is that? So we got earned value. I don't know where all the other ones come from, but earned value, how?
It's the amount of work we've completed. So you have to look at all the requirements. And what's the value of those requirements? So the value could come from what it cost us. The value could come from however you're going to attach value to that. And we express it in terms of dollars. But it really is the amount of work completed. So you can count backlog items, you can count your requirements, you can look at your Gantt chart and look at all of those tasks. You can look at your WBS, you find the task and activities. And so how much work have we done? And we express that in terms of dollars. So remember, Anna was writing a book. She's like, it's going to take me this much time. The publisher says, okay, for each chapter, it's going to cost me this much money. So I'm going to say it has a value of $5,000 because that's what it's going to cost me. That's what I value it at. So I'm going to say the value of each of those chapters was $5,000. So you can say, I have 30 tasks in my project and overall my project's going to cost me, I think, $1 million. Some tasks are bigger than others. And so I'm assigning a value to those tasks based upon whatever you decide, however you're going to break that up. So 100% of the work done should equal $1 million in this case. 100% of your work completed should equal your budget. Now, however you disperse your budget across those tasks determines what your earned value is for each task.
So it would be easy to say it's the percentage of task complete times. Yeah. Divide. No,
It's the
times,
percentage of tasks
budget.
completed
Times your-
expressed as dollars.
to get to express the dollar expression, you could say the formula should be then percentage of tasks done times your total budget.
Assuming all that's three.
Yeah, assuming we're.
If it's
spending-
linear.
Assuming a linear relationship.
Yes.
Expressing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay?
What about if the work isn't like fully measurable? Sometimes I know that, when you're measuring like flight hours, we know, hey, I flew this many flight hours. But sometimes there's intangibles. And is that where the backlog comes into play? You set that backlog to sort of define the work that you're looking for?
So the backlog is your to-do list, your task and activities.
Sure.
And so we're going to say each of those backlog items has a value to it. Whether it's tangible or intangible, if it's a backlog item, it has value. Now, you could say every backlog item is valued the same, or you could say differently. But if you added up the value of all your backlog items, it should equal your budget. However, each task is assigned value. If you add up the value of all your tasks, it will equal your budget. That makes sense?
Mhm.
Are we getting earned value?
Is it binary, like it's either complete or not complete, or can you get percentages of completions?
You can get percentage of completion. So this particular task has partial value right now.
Okay, that's what I gotta get. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, there's the formulas. You can just look at the formulas to figure it out. Just know what they are. Estimate at completion is what my new budget's going to be. And it will have, if your CPI is less than 1, then that means you're going to need more money at the end. So in a multiple choice question, you'll have 4 answers. 2 of them are likely to be below your budget and 2 of them above your budget. Well, you know, based upon your CPI of 0.8, that you need more money at the end. So you can automatically eliminate the 2 options that are below your budget. You know you're going to need more. So now you have to guess between 2 of them instead of 4. Right? And at 0.8, you can say, oh, we're about 20% off. One of these numbers looks about 20% from my original budget. One doesn't. So I can't remember that damn formula that Julie told me. So I'm going to pick the one that's close to 20%. Because some people, like Julie, forget the formula when they go to take the exam and look at it like a logic problem, and you'll be able to answer the questions, okay? But there's the formulas. So estimate to completion, now that we know what our new budget is, how much money do we need to have sitting in the bank to get there? How much more money do we need to get to the end? So our estimate to completion is our new budget, our EAC, minus the actual cost, what we've already spent. And that tells us how much more we need, okay? Our new budget minus what we've actually spent. Or if we're going to continue the work as planned, which is what I know the test question is that pops up if you get an estimate to completion. That's the one it's going to continue as planned. Maybe we're off a little bit, but we're going to stay consistently off. We're going to keep following the plan, but we're always going to be 5% off. Something happened right up front, and that's the way it's just going to stay that way. Then you can use that second formula of our budget at completion, which would be your original budget, really, minus your earned value. The work you've already done, the value of the work you've already completed. Okay, I have a couple review questions in here that's going to help. These are very much like the test questions. A, B, C, or D. Online, you can put A, B, C, or D in the chat.
You see again? I'm sorry.
Actual cost, the money you've actually spent is AC.
Oh, gosh.
EV is if you're going to calculate the schedule, AC for calculating cost. So our earned value, the work we've actually done, is valued at $523,000. So you don't have to do calculations here. If you think about this, you can do the calculations, but we've earned $523,000. we planned to do 623. So we haven't done as much as we planned. So we know we're behind schedule. So we can eliminate A and B based on that. A and B, you're going to use the little tool in the test that allows you to line through things. We're just going to line through A, line through B. So we're not going to think of them anymore. So we know we're behind schedule. Our earned value is 523,000, but we spent $643,000 in order to get that 523. We spent more than the value we received. So we're probably over budget.
Yep.
So that is, I saw one answer, D pop up. D. Everybody online is smart today. Smart.
Yeah, you really don't have to do the calculation like you were saying.
So you don't have to do the calculation if you just think of the numbers, think of them as logic problems rather than math. And rarely do you have to do the calculations for it.
All the questions on the test are literally like process of elimination. It's 180 questions over 3 hours and your brain is fried after the second break and you're like, okay, it's not that one. We just gonna go right here. So
Yeah.
it's really the process of eliminations because there's at least one or two answers that is like, okay, that's definitely not the answer.
There will almost always be one answer for sure that you're like, I know I can eliminate that one right away.
It's like Air Force WAPS testing. Like, at least one of these answers is definitely wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can line through it. You can also highlight items. Okay. We'll talk about some tips for taking the test next class too. Will help you get through this. All right. So project has a cost performance index CPI of 0.94. What do we know about a CPI of 0.94? Ahead of budget or under budget?
Over budget.
Oh.
It's
No, under.
CPI is.
Because it's less than one.
No. Yeah, but that's.
Less than one means we're at 94% efficiency and we need to be at 100%.
Over budget and head on time.
So we're less than 100%.
Yeah.
We're only at 94% efficiency. So we haven't managed our budget as well as we should have. So we've spent too much money if we're at 0.94. Now CPI is cost, so we know that's about our budget with CPI. SPI is about our schedule, so we know that's time and schedule. We're at 1.05. What do we know about 1.05?
Had a schedule.
We're working great. We're at 105% effort. Good job. We're cranking it out. So we know we are with SPI 1.05 ahead of schedule. So we're eliminating A and B because we're ahead of schedule. And a CPI of 0.94 over budget, we said, right? So if you know what these numbers mean, you'll be able to answer the question. And Adrian says C, Adrian said C, and C is the answer. Okay. Now, when this goes online, you'll be able to see the question, have an opportunity to answer it, and then see the answer when you to review these as well. Okay. It requires you to think a little bit more, but this is very much like one of the questions on the exam.
What you're saying for.
Over budget, that's good.
Got some Ds.
Yes.
What's going on in the class? What do we got online?
D.
D. Okay, project manager leading the team on construction project, all right? Chief says D. John's D. All right, a budget of $500,000. So that's our budget at completion at this point, our original budget, $500,000. Planned duration of 6 months. So at the end of 3 months, so we know we are halfway through our project. Let's assume it's a linear project. Assume that for the exam. So we're halfway through. So we should have spent half of our budget by this point, 250,000, but we actually spent 350,000. So we've spent more than we should have. And we should have been finished with 50% of our work because we're halfway through and we're at 30% of our work. So we've done less than we planned. So we're behind schedule. We spent more than we should have. So we're over budget. We got to get better at this. All these scenarios are like really bad. I'm going to have to switch them up so that we actually get really good here. Okay, here's our estimate to completion. So let's think of this, our estimate at completion. So we had a budget of $1 million, but we now have an estimate at completion of 1.2 million, which means we've had to recalculate things. So we have a new budget of 1.2 million. We've already spent 600,000. So how much more do we need to get to 1.2 million?
600,000.
Again, not hard math, right?
Yeah.
They gave me a calculator. The only time I touched it is when I picked it up and moved it out of my way. Didn't have to use the calculator other than that. Now the calculator is built into the program. So you'll push a little button on the screen and the calculator will appear. What's online saying?
Have a C and a B.
Okay, so
Me either.
every time we get to this channel, it's like, I don't know, it's math. Just give it. It's math.
I don't do numbers.
Oh, no, it's math. And please not in the morning. It's math. Okay, 600,000, because we have 1.2, we got to get to 6. All right, now here's the tricky question. This question has started showing up in practice questions. Don't think it's on the test, but because suddenly it's become a popular practice question, I thought I would throw it out here. Project is considered complete when project is accepted.
I mean, is it
Very well.
B? Because it's
Well, so that,
at
hold on,
completion is equal to the earned value?
present value is equal to the AC. Actual cost.
That's why I'm thinking B, but I could be wrong.
So, as I said earlier, this was a great conversation that Chris brought up because he knew this question was coming. That's why I entertained the question. When we are completely finished with our project, we've earned all the value of our project and it should equal our budget. Where it comes from, it's our budget distributed over the task is our earned value, right? So again, continuing with our theme, it's D, because the earned value, the amount of work you completed, expressed as dollars. Except it looks like I wrote ass when I have as $. I kept looking at that.
Pretty angry when you were typing.
A project is complete when you finished all the work. When you finished all the work, your budget is set then for sure, you know your budget at the very end, right? So BAC is equal to the earned value. Earned value is equal to your budget, your BAC, budget at completion. Okay. Are you more confused about earned value? Helpful with earned value? This video will be on YouTube, so you'll be able to look at it again.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we have some time to make up. So we're going to pick up the pace a little bit, but not so fast that you won't be able to keep up, I promise. There's some things that are going to come up in our material where I know you already know, like doing risk assessments with red, yellow, green. Anybody not familiar with a red, yellow, green
Stoplight chart.
risk assessment, the stoplight chart? Yeah, so I'm thinking we can just zoom through those kind of things because you're pretty familiar with doing risk assessments, right? So that's where we're going to pick up the pace. So now at this point, lights, camera, action. It's not like to change slides when it stops. Okay. This is what we covered last time when we talked about risk, identifying and documenting risk, the risk register, assigning a risk owner, and developing a risk response or a contingency plan. Right? That's what we covered with risk last time. Now we're going to pick up some risk terms here. So a risk is the possibility of something happening that's going to impact your project, and it can be positive or negative. But a possibility of something that's going to happen. And we're going to plan for these right up front before we even start our project, before we even know what's happening. We're going to think about what risk could happen, and we're going to write them down. A trigger is a condition. Well, of course, we created a risk response. A trigger is a condition that says a risk is about to happen. Like the condition is set for this risk to happen. And if the risk happens, it's going to cause you issues. So that's a current condition that's happening now currently that may impact your project. Issues require some action. PMI says a workaround. You have to develop some sort of action plan to take care of the issue. When an issue happens, we record it in the issue log. The first thing you should do is record it in the issue log. The exception to that is when someone's like, the building's on fire, get out, get out. Everybody has to get out, the building's on fire. Do not take time to stop and write the issue in the issue log, right? Just leave the building. And if the issue log survives the fire, then you can write it down. Now, unlike risk, issues are always negative. Okay. So I was just talking this morning, I think I want to change this line and animate it where I have a little pistol, where a hand comes up and pulls the trigger and out shoots the little flag that says risk. And from that, little issues fall out of it. Right? So the trigger says, oh, if we pull this trigger, like it's starting to happen, it's starting to happen. Then next week's going to be hot and humid, right? Hot and humid. So when it gets to a certain wet bulb reading, we take action to prevent heat injuries. So the trigger of it getting so hot and humid that could create heat injuries, we're going to start taking actions, have a workaround where the military is allowed to take off their jacket and just work in their t-shirt, whatever the workaround is, right? So its trigger is the.
Is it safe to say that an issue, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Julie.
Sorry.
Apologize. Is it safe to say that an issue is always past tense and a risk is predictive?
Risk is you're predicting that this could
Right.
happen and anticipating if it does, I'm making a plan.
Yep.
And an issue is current, like it's happening. We've got an issue.
Yeah, okay.
Now, the issue may be ongoing. So the issue happened yesterday or last week and we're still dealing with it.
Right, but you never predict issues. You were,
No, you can't really predict an issue.
got it. That would be a risk. Okay,
Yeah.
Got it.
So the risk causes issues.
got it.
Unless it's positive.
That's why I want my little pistol. You pull the trigger. There's the flag with the risk and the issues fall out from there. So here's an example of an issue log. This one has a number and then puts a description of what the issue is. We have an owner who's going to be responsible for making sure this issue gets solved. And then whatever other columns you want on your issue log. This one has priority, owner, comments, just open text, notes column. But whatever information you want on your issue log is what you'll put there.
How do you put due dates?
Because I want a deadline of when we're going to solve this issue.
Understood.
When's it going to stop being an issue? So let's set a deadline, because if we don't put a date on the calendar, sometimes it never happens. Right? So let's set a deadline. At least we're going to, set a goal, or when do we talk about this again? When you think it'll be resolved by, I think I can get a workaround and resolve it in 2 weeks. Okay, in 2 weeks, we're going to revisit it. So I'm putting 2 weeks on our issue log. So TRANSCOM's lesson learned computer system, GILIS, right? GILIS it's called. It's run, look into it. I think it's GILIS, the Joint Lessons Learned System. I think, right? There's JLLIS and JLLS. So I think it's the JLLS system. Really gets run more like an issues log. So here's our lessons learned. Here's a problem it caused. How are we going to fix it? And so the lessons learned system at TRANSCOM is often run like an issue log rather than just documenting lessons learned, but it goes hand in hand. Why not use it for both? So issue resolutions, as issues arise, we're going to promptly address them. Nobody wants to have a whole lot of issues bugging them and causing them problems. So we address them right away. We assign an owner for who's going to address them. We give realistic due dates. Okay. Every status meeting we have. So that could be our daily scrum meeting. It could be a retrospective. It could be just a touch base meeting. Perhaps our team meets every so often. We're going to talk about our issues at these meetings to try to solve them, because we don't want them to keep nagging at us. Now, this is funny. PMI says limit your open issues to a manageable number. You really can't control too much when your issues are happening, maybe, but I don't know how you control the number of issues you have, but don't let them linger. Close them quickly. That's the idea. Right? But how many issues you encounter, how many times Murphy screws with you in your project, I don't know how you control that part, but don't let them linger. It's really what that line's about. And then don't hesitate to escalate, to raise it up to the next level if it's bigger than what you think you can handle. You want more help, don't be afraid to kick it up to the third deck. Maybe there's some level in between you and the third deck, but escalate it if you need to. Okay, other terms, assumptions. You know what assumptions are and what facts are. The military works on that a lot, assumptions and facts. Assumptions is unconfirmed facts. What you need to know about assumptions is they all come with risk. So clearly label what your assumptions are because all assumptions come with risk. And then your constraints, your time limits, your budget limits, whatever your boundaries, your left and right limits, they all form constraints for your project. Risk appetite and risk threshold. The risk appetite is how much risk the organization is willing to accept. So Elon Musk accepts a lot of risk, right? It's creating new stuff that we haven't seen before, sending rockets with cars into space, right? How many private industries are thinking about, oh, I'm really going to compete with NASA? And there's a couple, but he did it, right? Because I'm willing to take a lot of risk, right? If we go bankrupt, we go bankrupt. Let's do it. And then there are some companies who are like, Coca-Cola will never change its formula again. What they got. All they'll do is create more, now bottle water as well as soda, but we are who we are. We're not changing it, right? Very low risk appetite with Coca-Cola. Now, the risk threshold is, so think of risk appetite as an organization and think of risk threshold as like your project here. So each particular task, how risky can it be before you say, oh, we're not doing that? How risky can that task be before you either say we have to mitigate it, we have to do some other things to keep that risk lower because this is our threshold. We don't allow risk to get any greater than our particular threshold that we've set. Okay. How many of you have been to the J5 area? Walk in, whether you work in J5, you've been to the J5 area. But when you walk in the door from the first door as you walk in the TRANSCOM building, from the TRANSCOM side, you walk in the door and on the wall is a picture of all of the directorate leaders there. And they're all formal. They have a flag in the background. Here's their picture, except for J5S, who had Colonel Seaman, who was a pilot that I said, I am never flying with you because your risk appetite is pretty high. There's a TRANSCOM logo on the wall that was about, I don't know, 12, 15 inches in diameter, and he took it. That was cool. So there's a risky move, right? He's willing, pretty high threshold. He took that off the wall. He's at a Blues game and there's this big chain, you know, for bling. And he like texted his kids, I think we need chains. And his kids were like, no, you're crazy. We're not getting chains. So he got himself a chain. So he took that TRANSCOM logo and put it on the chain, right?
Slave style.
Blinging with the TRANSCOM logo. Then at the time, the J54 had a football that moved from directorate to directorate as he recognized the outstanding director. And there's a meeting once a month and he shows up at that meeting wearing his TRANSCOM bling, right? And he wins the football. So he has to go up in front of the admiral who looks at him and's like, what is that? And he said, sir, just showing my pride. Now his picture on the wall, sorry that you can't see this online. Everybody's formal, flags behind him, and his picture is wearing the bling and it's football here. Like everybody else, pretty, what you think? And then there's him doing like the John Travolta pose with his TRANSCOM bling from his stolen logo. So I'm like, I am never flying with you. I get you, pretty high risk appetite, pretty willing to do risky behaviors, pretty high risk threshold, as well as risk appetite. Okay, you understand the difference between appetite and threshold though? Okay. A secondary risk. So if risk happens, we have issues, We apply our risk response. And as a result of our risk response, we have a new risk. And that new risk is called a secondary risk. Okay, so actually a great example of this, I did a PMP class for construction trade instructors. So they taught people in all the services, actually sent Army, Navy, Air Force, sent their electricians, their plumbers, their carpenters, all to the same place for school. So this particular person trained electricians. And he's like, we send people up poles high in the air, working with electricity. There's a lot of risk with that. So to mitigate those risks, they wear a lot of safety equipment. But we're in Texas. It gets hot. So we make them put on all that safety equipment to go up and work with electricity. And now we have a risk of heat injury. So now we have to mitigate the secondary risk, our risk of heat injury, because we mitigated the risk of working with electricity. Right, so that's a secondary risk. The risk of heat injury would be a secondary risk to the risk of working with electricity. Residual risk is when a risk has happened and we've mitigated it, but we still have a little bit left over, just some residual risk left over. It's pretty low. It's nothing that will impact us much, but we couldn't completely eliminate it. We just have some residual left over. That's residual risk. Now, this is where PMI got confusing. So the risk response used to be called a contingency plan. That's why we had a contingency budget tied to risk. Now we have a risk response, and the backup plan to our risk response, we're calling our contingency plan or our fallback plan. Now on the exam, they haven't completely removed, kept with the definition that contingency plan is the backup plan to your risk response. PMBOK 7th edition, contingency plan is the backup for the fallback plan for the risk response. On the exam, if you see something that's like a contingency plan for a risk, that's okay. Just roll with it as if it's the risk response. And then with the contingency reserve as part of the budget, that's tied to risk. It's not money that you use because, oops, I've spent too much. Completely tied to risk. Only when the risk happens do you spend the money in the contingency reserve. Okay, obstacles, impediments, and blockers. In the Army, we called these go, slow go, no go. Because you have to keep it real simple for us, right? Go, you can go, or slow go, no go. But again, PMI in the 7th edition has confused us a little bit. So an obstacle is something that's in your way that's going to slow you down. You got to get around it somehow. Minimize it, move it out of the way, but it's going to cause slow go, an obstacle. An impediment slows your progress significantly. And a blocker is just a door. It's just going to stop you. A blocker is a no-go. Now in the 7th edition, PMI has said impediments also cause no-go. Impediments are blockers. So I believe the test is updated now that impediments prevent movement just like a blocker. Impediments are blockers. Julie still thinks they're not. They get in the way and you got to move them. Unlike an obstacle where you can go around, an impediment has to get moved out of the way. It slows you down a lot. You got to move it before you can get going again. But blockers just stop you. You got a dead end for a blocker. But for the exam, pretty sure obstacles get in the way, slow you down. You got to go around them or make them small enough so you can get over them. But impediments and blockers will stop you. Okay, we've been going at it for an hour. This is probably a part where we're going to pick up the pace a lot. So why don't we take a break right here? 10-minute break. Get rid of some coffee, get some more coffee, whatever you want to do. Now it's break time. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll pick up at 10 after.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the one at the college. And so he's taking over NDU apparently. Ah. I was like,
It's a lot of math.
couple of them. His boss, the Navy had through the list.
Well, just.
They didn't. So it's gonna go from the president of War College to maybe, he's only been at the War College a year, which is what they told me.
Get your package through. Or you can use it now.
No, the curriculum design development. So
Yeah.
if I don't get selected,
Hey, Chris, where was the refugee housing project? Where was that?
Where? It was in Cutter. We had consolidated all the other lily pads.
He's solid.
This was a lot of projects you had to put in here to count your time. Stop your brains. Yeah.
Which it does, and so with experience,
What somewhere? No. What do I say? No, no.
this gray area insofar as like
So I think my.
pay yourself directly. Like if I'm gonna do some work, I don't want like
It's not really.
it's my sweat equity.
But I think
So
behaviors like we did not have. So I don't know if you had scenarios, people were able to, like, what they did in college.
yeah, and so like what's the
So
win? Is it is do I need this now?
what you did in college, you absolutely can't. So projects work there with, kind of things make you involved with. Some people do like homecoming.
Yeah, I mean, I was like,
With sororities.
I mean, I was like on the dorm committee. I worked as a public safety assistant and as like a lead.
So if you can say that you had responsibilities in any of these pieces of the project plan we're talking about, that could count.
Okay. I actually did a lot of internships too. So
Or this class never expires. Once you apply, you have a year.
And I, it's
So you could.
not.
You can take. CAPM doesn't have any, it's the certified associate project manager. CAPM, and it doesn't have any experience requirements.
yeah.
It's just education. However, last July, they changed the CAPM exam.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Okay, are we ready to start again? Ready to roll. Okay. We're 2 minutes after, so we're gonna run through this. All right, so for every risk that is identified, we're gonna do an analysis, and we're going to decide what's the likelihood of it happening, and if it happens, what impact is it gonna make? So how likely is it to happen, and how big of an impact will it make? That's really what we look at in risk assessment. Does anybody look at any other factors in assessing risk, doing a risk assessment analysis? The military very much uses likelihood of it happening and the impact it'll make if it does.
Probability, severity.
Probability and severity. Okay, so PMI says in an adaptive approach, an iterative approach, an agile approach, a rolling wave approach, decide in what sprint it will likely occur. I think that works in a traditional approach too. In what phase will it likely occur? Is it most likely going to occur at the beginning, the middle, the end? So I don't think that's only for agile. We're going to look to say, when is this risk likely to occur? Some tools to help us determine probability and impact. We do a risk breakdown structure. Let me show you a risk breakdown structure now. It's 2 slides ahead, I believe. But here's what a risk breakdown structure looks like. It could be tied to your requirements, to your WBS, your work breakdown structure. You could organize it that way. You can organize it by feature. You could organize it by however you want to organize it. But it's just identifying all of the risk. And so we have risk level 0, risk level 1, risk level 2. So it kind of broke them down a little bit later. But all you need to know is that you can record your risk on a risk breakdown structure. It helps you categorize them. All right, let me go back to where we were. So seeing a risk breakdown structure, here's my risk, and then I almost said progressive elaboration. That's the term for breaking it down into smaller pieces, right? So our risks, we're gonna break them down to identify the risk. Brainstorming with our team, brainstorming with our stakeholders helps us identify our risk. Helps us determine the probability of it happening, as well as what kind of impact it may have. Okay, remember nominal group technique, brainstorming with voting, a SWOT analysis, looking strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And the affinity diagram is where we took Post-it notes and we wrote all of our ideas on a Post-it note, and then we were able to group them. So these are just tools that may help you understand the risk better, to determine what's the likelihood of it happening, what impact will it make if it does happen.
Hey, Julie.
Mhm.
So just a quick note on this. Probably not test worthy, but it's important to remember that when you're doing a risk analysis, it is always a better idea to invite in separate parties from different departments. They or may not understand what you're doing and invite them to perform the risk analysis with you. It's just my experience in doing it.
So the Delphi technique is about inviting in experts and letting them give their opinions, and anonymously actually is the Delphi technique, but nominal group technique is brainstorming. So Sam's suggestion to bring in people from other departments, so you get different points of view and they're able to articulate the risk from their point of view, which might not be something you've seen. And then you can better understand the impact it will make and maybe the likelihood that. That's a great suggestion. Thanks. All right, other tools and assumption analysis. Remember, assumptions come with risk. So if you look at the assumptions that you're making, you may be able to identify risk and help understand the probability of them happening and the impact that they would make. Reviewing documents, the Delphi technique I mentioned, and that's polling experts. And the Monte Carlo simulation, we're going to talk about that a couple different ways, or a couple different times. But the Monte Carlo simulation is a computer simulation, so it's a quantitative risk analysis method, and it determines, or it tries to determine, whatever information you give it, all the possible things that could happen, all the possible alternatives, and then comes up with some likelihood of things happening, and it ends up looking like an S curve. For the exam, No, Monte Carlo is a computer simulation, quantitative, and it makes an S curve. Any question that you see about a tool with an S curve, it's Monte Carlo. Don't even read the rest of the answers. Just answer Monte Carlo. Okay, read them, but the right answer is going to be Monte Carlo simulation. Makes an S curve, computer simulation. Because it looks at numbers with a computer, it's quantitative. So Monte Carlo is used when you have big events, when you have multiple teams all coordinating together to create some big project, like the Olympics. Like I can't even imagine how many project teams there are coordinating everything that gets coordinated with the Olympics. And they all have to be in sync because nobody can get behind and miss the deadline. Like it's happening on this date. Everybody's got to be in sync to make it happen on this date, right? So Monte Carlo simulations are used for those kind of projects.
Is that whole graphic there, the Monte Carlo simulation, or just?
This is an example of a Monte Carlo situation. It has like this bell curve distribution in the back that shows, but you can see this red line makes
Yes.
sort of an S,
Yeah.
kind of a lazy S.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's the S of the Monte Carlo simulation. And then the risk breakdown structure we looked at. Okay, qualitative assessment. Qualitative is I don't have numbers, so I just have general categories, look at ranges. So generally speaking, is my risk high, medium, low, red, yellow, green? Is there anybody not familiar with this that we need to spend time talking about it? Anybody online that wants us to talk about this?
Do a quick.
Quick overview. So qualitative is where we're going to look at a risk and you're going to determine what defines a category of red, what determines a category of yellow, what determines a category of green, based upon what is its probability of happening and what is the impact it'll make. So high probability, big impact, probably red. Right? High probability, low impact, I don't know, yellow, green, red, you'll decide that. So this was someone else's chart that they put numbers to it, where greater than 70% probability, we're going to say that's very high. If it's 51 to 70%, so they've defined each of these categories here. And then they used time, cost, and quality to help define what each of these categories are. And then when there's a risk happening, they're going to use this criteria to examine it to determine whether it's red, yellow, or green. And depending on the risk acceptance of the organization, they may say, if it's high, you can't do that task. We're not accepting any high level risk. So you better come up with something to mitigate it. Everything has to be low, very low, or nil for the situation, right? So you're going to have to do some things to minimize these risks from happening. So after you apply all of whatever the things you're going to do to prevent the risk from happening or from being a high level risk, then maybe you can consider doing it, getting it down, right? Or you may have an organization, we know that risk is high. It's likely to happen. So I need all my leaders to be on the lookout for it and to watch and to know what the response plan is, right? So that's the military. We're going to send you in a place where people may shoot at you, pretty high risk, you know, or you're in an airplane. It's high in the air where gravity still affects you, right? And if that airplane falls from 30,000 feet, it doesn't bounce well. I want you to know that, right? There's no bungee cord that's going to pull you back up again. So those are high risk kind of things, right? So we do different things to mitigate those. But so that's red, yellow, green to help you decide what actions you need to take for your risk, perhaps. And here's another example. Better fix it. So these are qualitative assessments because it's not exact science. The ranges, the rest, we're not trying to put numbers to them. So we can't really say how much greater is a risk with a green 2 compared to a green 1. I don't know. It's not quantified like that. They're just categories. So qualitative, red, yellow, green. Quantitative uses a computer system. And we're going to put numbers to it to try to determine exact strengths of risk. So some of the quantitative is the Monte Carlo simulation. So there's another, the top chart is another S curve chart, Monte Carlo. The second chart below is a sensitivity analysis. We sometimes call that a tornado diagram. For the exam, you'll want to know that it's a sensitivity analysis and a tornado diagram, same diagram. But we call it a tornado diagram because it's shaped sort of like a tornado. The sensitivity analysis puts our risk in order from the greatest risk to the least greatest risk, to the, can't say not great, they all may be great, but from highest to lowest, whatever risk scored the most. And the length of the line shows how high it's scored, because again, these are numbers, quantitative. And then it shows the direction. So because there are more pointing to the right, I'm going to say that that's the negative risk. And those pointing the opposite direction may be positive risk. Those are opportunities that we see and how strong they are. So that's the sensitivity analysis tornado diagram. And those are the two that you're going to see on the exam. So somebody online has an open mic. Do you have a question? I want to make sure I'm not preventing someone from asking a question.
No, they just.
Good. Okay. All right, the decision tree analysis, you've probably seen the trunk about one issue and then all the different options that we have create branches. But in terms of quantitative assessment for risk, you're not going to see decision tree, influence diagram, or EVM with risk anymore on the exam. But you will see Monte Carlo simulation and tornado diagram or sensitivity analysis. And the sensitivity analysis ranks them from the highest to the lowest or the greatest to the least. So it kind of forms a funnel shape. And they're both quantitative, red, yellow, green, qualitative. Okay. So some advice for dealing with risk. You want your response to be appropriate. So there's no use to nuke a mosquito, right? We don't need a big response for a small risk, but your response has to be big enough to get the risk down to whatever level you want it to be. If you want to eliminate the risk, it may take more. If you just need to minimize the risk, you need to get the risk from yellow to green, whatever your response is, right? You need to know what your goal is and then apply an appropriate response. You want it to be cost effective. And then realistic, your stakeholders may have a part in minimizing risk or mitigating risk. And so you want your stakeholders to be involved with this. And Sam so correctly pointed out that you want a variety of stakeholders in there as well too, right? Don't just ask your team or ask your boss, because our project may affect others. The risk we take may affect others, right? We didn't set the building on fire. It affected everybody in there. And then we have a owner who's a responsible person. Don't put your irresponsible person as the risk owner because they never show up for work. So I'm putting their name down as sort of punishment. We don't want to do that. Okay, here are our risk responses. You'll want to memorize this for the exam. You'll see a couple questions like this on the exam. If our risk is a threat, we can escalate it. Hey, boss, need your help. That's escalating it, moving it up the chain, someone with higher authority to deal with this. We can avoid it. Now, that doesn't mean ignore it, it'll go away. Doesn't mean put your head in the sand. That's not what avoid means. It means if I take this path, I'm going to incur this risk. So let me just take a different path. And that way I avoid even encountering that risk. So I want to do an outdoor event. Looks like rain's going to happen. All right, let's just move it inside. Let's just avoid the risk that comes with rain and we'll just do it inside. That's an example of avoiding. We can transfer the risk. I think the best example of transferring risk is buying an insurance policy. So the risk of having to pay for your car if you're in an accident, you transfer it to insurance, and now you only have to pay a deductible. The insurance company pays for the rest. You pay premiums. You're going to have a golf tournament. And if someone gets a hole in one, they win a brand new car. My game show voice, a brand new car. Well, how much do you have to charge for registration for a golf tournament if you're going to give away a $80,000 new car? Like, that's all the money you're making for your fundraiser golf tournament. So you buy an insurance policy that costs about $200. And if someone gets a hole in one, then the insurance company buys the brand new car. You don't have to pay for the brand new car. So that's transferring risk. Mitigate risk is doing something to reduce the risk down to an acceptable level. So we're going to apply some other factors. We're going to add more resources. So more people are going to be working. So then we can get people in and out of the sun and rotate, or more people will keep an eye out for whatever it is we're doing, right? So we're just going to add other things to our plan to mitigate that, reduce. Or we can just accept the risk. Yeah, it's going to rain and that'll suck, and it just sucks. That's what we're doing. We're just accepting the risk. Or maybe the chance of it happening is smaller. If its impact is small, it happens, we'll deal with it. It's okay. We'll just accept the risk. Okay, if it's an opportunity, that's something great happening. Like I was just talking during the break, I was planning on spending some money for flooring, and I just got a deal where I don't have to make any payments for 2 years. Woohoo, that's a bonus to my budget, right? My current budget. So that's a risk. That was a positive risk, an opportunity here, right? So I can escalate that. Boss, we just got all this extra money now. I wanted 2 sponsors and I got 3. So now I have more money than I need. Let me escalate that up and they can go, great, why don't you add more to your project? Good job, keep the money. We can exploit it. Something great happened, we can put it on the splash page. So anytime someone logs into our website or to the SharePoint, this announcement comes up about our great news. That's exploiting our opportunity. We can share our opportunity. So I just got someone on our team who has some incredible experience and great skills. And I know this project needs them as well as I do. So we'll share this resource that just came onto the team. They'll be sharing an opportunity. We can enhance it. Something good happened. I can go tell someone. So I have a sponsor who, I don't know, some beer distributor is going to sponsor our golf tournament. I'm stuck on a golf tournament today for some reason now. So, and because the beer distributor is going to sponsor it, like, oh, who distributes like alcohol, hard liquor? Who's the distributor? Wouldn't be beer, would be bourbon, scotch. I don't know. Well, hey, if that guy's going to sponsor you, then I'm going to sponsor you too. Boom, just enhance that. Hey, did you know that these guys are going to be our sponsor? You're going to be you're going to want to be part of this project as well too, right? So we can enhance it. And then we can just, of course, just accept it. Well, that's awesome. Yay for me. And we're just going to accept the risk, our positive risk or opportunity in the exam. Okay, so there'll be a couple questions on the exam. You'll want to know what each of these mean.
Okay, that was gonna be my question is, what do you mean by memorize? So the left column and the right column aren't necessarily causal or related to each other. Just understand what it means to avoid a risk.
Yeah, so there's a question about a risk happened. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
Step on your words. A risk happened and you had to go to your manager to say, help me to your risk. This is an example of escalate, avoid, transfer, and mitigate. And you can say, oh, well, that's escalate.
Yeah.
That was an easy one. Let's hope you get that question.
Yeah.
Let's share.
Or you're going to, you have this situation happening, you need these kind of other things. Which risk response are you going to choose? And you would say, well, based on this situation, that sounds like I need to transfer risk, something like that.
Okay.
Right, so you'll just want to know what those mean. So sometimes they tell you, sometimes you have to come up with the answer, which is why I think memorizing this list is good. Okay, we're going to monitor the risks. So we've identified them, we've analyzed them. We're going to monitor to see if they really happen or not. We're going to think about all the risks that could happen at the very beginning. But as we get into action, more things pop up. So we identify new risks. We can identify them at our daily stand-up meetings, our retrospectives. Anytime our team or stakeholders are together, we may identify a risk. And when you identify a risk, the first thing you're going to do is
Put it in your issue log. No, I'm wrong.
put it in the risk register.
Risk register.
You've got to write it down. Okay, the first thing you do is document whatever the topic is, your stakeholder register, your risk register, your issue log. First thing you do is document it. Okay? No knee-jerk reaction, I gotta run out and solve it. Like that's what we tend to do in the military, right? Oh, jump up, gotta fix it right away. Gonna write it down and you're gonna analyze it. And then you'll take some action. Okay, that's the process for the exam. Close the outdated risk, evaluate assumptions. Are they still relevant? We're going to evaluate our risk as well. Are they still relevant? Because some risk will happen, are more likely to happen in the beginning than at the end, right? So if this risk was going to happen, it would have happened by now. It's not likely to happen now. So I may just slide that off the risk register or gray it out because I don't need to look at it. Now I have money associated with that risk. What happens to that money? You're good stewards of our finances, so you're going to give it back. You're not spending that money. It was tied to that risk. That risk isn't likely to happen, so that money you don't get really to spend. Now, you have a new risk that comes up, and you don't have any money for that new risk. So you're talking to your program manager and says, hey, this risk has come up, but I have money in my contingency fund to cover it, I think, because I have other risks that aren't really going to happen. And they're probably going to be like, yeah, that's fine, right? So you keep the money there until the project ends because new things come up all the time. Okay. Anything else on there we need to talk about? All right, for the iterative approach. Track impediments. I don't know why the agile approach just gets impediments. I think they get obstacles and blockers as well too. Who's responsible for managing all of the risk and removing obstacles in an agile process? It's the Scrum Master. I'm like, what else are they doing? That's their job. Their job is to optimize the performance of the team. So what did you do? What are you doing today? What do you need? What help do you need? Tell me your obstacles and your impediments. And that's what they do. Then they take care of those. That's their job. So it's the Scrum Master whose job is to really manage the risk, look out for risk, make sure the risks are identified. Now, they may not be the risk owner, they're a response owner. There really may be someone else who has to do it, but it's that Scrum Master who's really, how do I help you? And so, well, I don't have the skills to do that, but you do. Come on, as the Scrum Master, I'm saying let's help solve this. So daily stand-up meetings, I'm identifying risk. Retrospectives, we're talking about what happened. How do we improve moving forward? So of course, we're going to talk about risk and our risk responses, how we reacted to things that happened during that sprint. And then that may cause us to reprioritize or refine our backlog items. Okay? It may affect our backlog. When in the life cycle of a project, are risk the highest?
Beginning,
Why do you say the beginning?
unknown.
A lot of things are unknown, right? We think we know what's going to happen, but we don't have a crystal ball. And even if we did, it would be made by the lowest bidder in the government, right?
Yeah.
Still be a little bit cloudy. I thought you were going to say in the beginning because I looked at the next slide and that's what it said. So
All risks exist in the beginning, and then as you go down, you're eliminating some of the risks.
you're eliminating some of the risks because we know whether they happened or not. All right, we're going to plan, we're going to try to identify things, we're going to plan to mitigate risk, but we don't even know if our mitigation is effective. We don't know till it happens, right? So we get issues that come up and we have to respond to that. So risks are highest at the beginning and lowest at the end. When your project's ending, it's very few risks at that point. That's a test question. Let's hope you get it because now you know the answer. Okay, questions about risk. How many of you and how many online do quantitative risk assessment? And actually use numbers and charts. How many of you do qualitative, red, yellow, green? Anybody do qualitative with a system other than red, yellow, green? All right, so very quickly, tell me the big risk in your projects. What are some risks that you've encountered at TRANSCOM? What are risks to TRANSCOM projects? And anybody online, what are risks to TRANSCOM projects? Undefined processes or ever-changing processes?
Both.
Yeah, even though the Department of Defense is highly regulated, how we do things changes. Depending on who's in charge, changes some things, right?
Mission creep.
Ooh, the risk of scope creep, mission creep.
Nasty.
So for like us DLA people, we put things in the TRANSCOM pipeline, right? And something might occur at a port or something that we don't know about. So there's risk. That's the risk we had. Perfect example is Niger. We got 18 containers sitting at Lomé now that can't get to Niger, and I can't get them back home.
Yeah.
So DLA responsible for storage, distribution. I package it all up. I put paperwork on it. I call TRANSCOM and say, come get it and move it. TRANSCOM calls a commercial carrier, says, got some work for you. It's at this location. Will you move it? And they say yes. And DLA wants to make sure it gets there. That's their customer. It's DLA's customer. And I don't own that little process. Yeah. Right. And again, someone stole all of DLA's automation money. So they really don't have visibility of a lot of things. This week I said, there's a former J6 at DLA who's living the high life in Barbados somewhere. I'm sure of it. He's got a pretty good like one. Okay, did you say something? Did I hear another voice in the middle about the risk at TRANSCOM? Not much. Any other risk you deal with at TRANSCOM?
I mean, I think there's a turnover risk, like a human capital risk.
Oh.
Spoken like a true J1.
If you, of course,
So turnover causes what kind of risk?
it's a knowledge, it's a shared knowledge risk, right? So expertise risk, you lose expertise potentially.
Yeah,
Sure.
that knowledge transfer from one person to another doesn't happen. So
Yeah.
and it takes a while for someone to learn all of our processes, what we do here. Turnover creates several different kinds of risks. Okay, let's change topics. Let's talk about quality. Here's where we are on the agenda. Quality. The definition of quality in project management is a little bit different than the way we think of quality in life in general. Quality is simply how well the deliverable meets the requirement. Just it. Does this deliverable meet the requirement? Does it meet the acceptance criteria for the requirement? Does it meet the requirement? So where do we get quality standards from? Stakeholders. Whoever gave us the requirement has given us our acceptance criteria, telling us what quality is, defining quality. Users, regulations, compliance, we have to meet, gives us some standards for our requirements. Organizations, policy, procedures, and processes. We have a name for the organizational process assets. They're called. Gave it to you. Organizational process assets are called OPAs. There we go. OPAs. Our policies, procedures, processes help define quality, right? Those are the OPAs. Thank you. And again, when we think quality, how well we meet the requirements. So it's part of our continuous improvement processes. Because we constantly want to keep our quality up to meet the requirements. There's a cost to quality. PMI wants you to know quality isn't cheap. So there is a cost to prevent problems. We want to avoid failures. Therefore, we do training, and that costs money and time. We document processes. We make people read those documents. We buy equipment. And we take our time and invest in whatever we need to invest in so that we can do the work right the first time. That's what we try to do, right? So there's a cost to prevent problems, to prevent not meeting quality. And then there's a cost because we take actions to make sure we're meeting quality, like doing audits, doing inspections, controlling our quality throughout the processes. So there's a cost for that as well too. There's a cost if we don't meet quality because we have to do the work again. So we're spending resources, time and money to do the work again. And if we're creating something tangible, like software systems, the developers are using their time again. But if we're creating something else, then we just created a bunch of scrap material. And that's just wasted. So our money wasted on that material that we're not using now. And then if we continually don't meet quality, people don't want to do business with us. They take us to court and say, you caused me some damage from your poor quality work, and I want compensation for that. Right? We end up doing warranty work. It means you're just doing it for free. And you're paying time and money, resources to do that warranty work, and you end up with a bad reputation and people just won't do business with you anymore. Right? So we live in Edwardsville, driving through Edwardsville, and I started counting the places I don't do business with anymore. For quality, I'm like, oh, yeah, that place used to exist as I drove by it. I'm like, oh, there's too many places. I've become too picky, right? But there's a restaurant that tried to poison me and then blamed me for it. I'm like, really? You're blaming me because you can't follow food safety regulations? All right, you don't exist to me anymore. You don't get any more of my money. Sorry, right? No longer voting with my dollars for them anymore. Other people can go there and eventually you don't get enough customers and we're all going somewhere else. Okay, so we're going to write a quality management plan, just like all those other plans that create the project plan. And our quality management plan is really going to talk about what we do so that we have quality, we maintain quality, and how we're going to check to make sure that we continue to maintain quality throughout our processes. Okay. How we inspect for quality, what procedures and processes we're putting in place to make sure we meet requirements. That's what we're going to write in our plan. Now, the word grade is on here, so let me talk a little bit about grade. Maybe you guys can help me come up with a better definition of grade than I can. But let's think about material. Material comes in different grade. So lumber, high grade lumber, I want to say grade A, but I don't think it's high. I don't think it's a grade A lumber, right? But high grade lumber is going to be really straight boards. They're not going to be worked. They're not going to have a lot of knots in it. They're going to be of a certain look where I can just stain and let the wood grain come through. And it's going to be sturdy enough to hold whatever I'm building. And then we get to lower grade wood, and maybe it's warped. Maybe its color isn't right. Maybe there are knots in it where they've actually come out and now there's a hole through the board, right? So kind of crooked, I'm not going to be able to use that for framing a house, but I could use it to make an outdoor planter box. I could use it because I don't care if my little raised garden bed has an exact straight board. I'm going to cut it down to 3 feet anyway, right? Now that lower grade lumber is cheaper than the high grade lumber. So, all right, for this project, I'll take the cheaper option. That's good enough for me. I can take a lower grade product. But for this project, I want a high grade product. I want good grade material. So because I want good grade material, I'm shopping at Neiman Marcus instead of Walmart. I'm going to pay a lot more for it, but the grade of the material is going to be higher at Neiman Marcus, so I assume, than at Walmart. So you get what grade is? Now, can something be high grade and low quality?
Could be high grade, but not meet your requirements.
It could be high grade and not meet the requirements. And because it doesn't meet the requirements, we say it's low quality. Absolutely. Quality is defined as, does it meet the requirements? If it meets the requirements, it's good quality. So can it be high quality, low grade? Yes, if the requirement calls for low grade material, like the flower box, give me just the cheap option. Yeah.
Quality seems like a more of a yes or no type question, not a scale, right? So like, there's no high quality, low quality, it's quality or not.
Quality or not quality? Absolutely. It either meets requirements or it doesn't.
Yeah.
Now, you may have a stakeholder that says, okay, this is my acceptance criteria, but there is a little range in there for acceptance criteria. So you may get a requirement that has a little bit of range. Like, okay, this minimally meets my requirement, I'll take it. Or it absolutely meets the requirement. So there might be,
Well,
but
there's certainly things that maybe could give you buffer, right? Like, this is the line and this comes in at here, which meets the requirement. And then some.
yeah, so this is a good point. It meets the requirement and then some. Does that meet requirements? Probably not, though. It's better than what you asked for, but it's not what you asked for. So let's stick with it either meets requirements or doesn't. So it either is quality or isn't quality. Let's stick with that.
But you said it meets the quality and then some, but said first it meets the quality. Okay, cool. And then some, that's just added. So why would it?
Is it the same requirement?
You said it meets it meets it and then some. So if you don't even say and then some,
And then some tells me it's probably a different requirement. So we're going to get to that. That's why I brought that up, because that's going to be a test question you want to know. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And that's why I brought that up now, though. So,
But if if the standard is at least this.
oh, that's
Right.
different. The standard is at least this. That's different than the standard is this.
got it.
So I've produced something for you that's even better than what you wanted. You know what you're going to say? Great. That's not what I asked for, though. See, Workus.
Funny.
That's not the requirement, but it's better than what you asked for. Okay, but it's not what I asked for.
Yeah, but I
So
don't
for
think
the
so.
exam,
Okay.
a vendor comes to you and says, I have something great. Like, here's what you asked for. And you're like, well, this is what I asked for. They're like, no, it's even better.
So you need,
You're going to say, reject it,
so it needs to be specific.
reject it. Here's the requirement. It either meets it or it doesn't. Let's stick with that.
Yeah, but
If it's better than,
cut costs by 20% and you're like, I cut it by 30, they're gonna be like, no. Give me that 10% back.
well,
Okay.
no, that's not really a requirement, though.
So you'll get into that part when you talk contracts.
You absolutely will. So if it meets the requirements, we say it's of good quality. Quality, it meets the requirements. If the requirement is for high grade material, then we have good quality, meets the requirements, and high grade. If the requirement is for low grade, then we can say it's high quality, good quality, and low grade. That's possible. Can it be poor quality and high grade? Yes, because we use high grade material, but we didn't meet the requirements. Poor quality. Didn't meet the requirements. And can it be poor quality, low grade? Yes, because we use low grade material, but it didn't meet the requirements. Right? So that's a test question. You can have, and it'll say high, low, high quality, high grade, low quality, low grade, and any combination of those. Okay. So you want to know that for the test. So think of grade as the material you use. Quality is how well does it meet the requirement.
So grade is how well it meets the, I thought that was quality.
Grade is the material.
Right,
So
okay.
yeah,
No, that makes sense. I thought I heard grade meets.
no, quality meets the requirement. Okay, so we identify quality during a requirements elicitation meeting. Now, this is a question that's heavy in the CAPM exam, the kind of the JV version of it. And it's going to hit PMP. I don't know if it's in the PMP exam yet or not, but a requirements elicitation meeting is simply a meeting where you're going to meet with a stakeholder user, and ask them questions. Give me information. They're going to elicit information, elicit the requirements. What are your requirements for my project? That's a requirements elicitation meeting. So I want to know, as you're telling me the requirements, what the standard is for that requirement, what's the acceptance criteria for that requirement? Because then I can define what quality is. Then I know my quality standard. If I know your acceptance criteria for the requirement.
Would this also be in your requirements plan? Would you basically have the same meeting?
So your requirements plan will talk about how to identify requirements, what you're going to use to document them, how you're going to analyze them. But when you're writing your requirements plan, you probably don't know a lot of your actual requirements. Because the plan will come up front and then you'll start talking to stakeholders and gather your requirements. So the plan would have the template or a requirements matrix, but it won't actually have your actual requirements. Okay, so you're going to find out your requirements. You're going to find out what the acceptance criteria is. And then you're going to, I'm so sorry. You're going to find out what Shannon walked in front of the camera and just made a face in the camera as he walked by doing his own little show back there. And I'm sorry, I just happened to catch that. You can edit that part out, right?
No, that's.
No, keep Shannon's face in, but edit out this commentary where he made me laugh. Okay, continue to, of course, we're revising everything, all of our plans, right? We're gonna continue to review the requirements and their acceptance criteria throughout our project. And then benefits of quality, you can look at that. I don't think you need to know that for the exam. So quality standards come from a lot of different places. The acceptance criteria that our stakeholders are telling us. A standard, this is how we expect quality to be at our organization. You know, whatever fits our culture and norms, creates our standards. We have regulations that tell us what standards are that we have to comply with. De facto standards are standards that are just widely accepted. It might be a professional association that sets de facto standards. Generally speaking, we know that this is of good quality because over time, it has come to be the standard that we judge other things by. That's de facto. And then du jour is a Supreme Court ruling. Du jour is, du jour standards become regulations. Eventually, they get worked into regulations. Eventually, they get worked into audits. For the exam, I know what a de facto standard is on the exam. And then there are regulations is the easy one because that tells you what the standards are in a regulation and what you have to comply with. So let's hope you get the question about quality standards found in regulations. We know that one. We want to you work in a highly regulated organization. So I'm thinking that you know all this information. Is there something on here we want to talk about? There's something on here that doesn't make sense to you. You guys know to look up regulations. Probably look up regulations all the time. What exactly do we do? The standards that we need to meet, how you do things. Anybody have a question about anything on the slide? I promise, just from your own experience, any question on the exam about compliance, you're going to be able to answer. You have that experience. Okay, execute quality. So traditionally, in a traditional approach, our project, we planned it, or we initiated it, we planned it, we executed, monitored and controlled our project, and then closed the project. So the phases: initiate, plan, execute, monitor, control, and close. And that's where the terminology for quality comes from. So we're in the execution phase now. our team has started doing the work, traditional project. So it's the same for agile, but this is from the phase of a traditional project. But we want to make sure we have processes and procedures in place so we know we're going to meet the requirement. We know quality is happening. That's quality assurance. Quality assurance happens in the execution phase. Test question. Quality assurance happens in the execution phase. What happens in execution is that people are taking the right kind of actions so that you meet the requirement. And people are taking the right kind of actions because they've been told what the process is. They've been told what the procedure is. You have an SOP that they're looking at to know how to do it. So they're able to do the right work, equality, because you have processes and procedures in place. Any work given to you that does not meet quality standards, you're going to reject. Anything, even if it's better, you're gonna reject it. Right? Now, in real life,
There's quality there.
Well, that means you.
But second quality is bull crap.
not meeting anything that doesn't meet quality, because it doesn't meet standards, doesn't fit in your scope, we're going to reject. So if you get a scenario on an exam in your future that says a vendor has delivered they're deliverable to you. The vendor shows up with a deliverable and it is even better than what you asked for. But it's not the requirement. The vendor says it's even better. If you reject it, you're going to be behind schedule. What do?
Reject it.
Reject it. It doesn't meet the requirement. Reject it.
Write the paperwork, so it's exactly quality and accept it.
No, the stakeholder told you. You didn't decide, you didn't define it. You didn't set the requirement. Your stakeholder set the requirement, right? Reject it. Even if it causes you to be behind schedule, even if it costs you more money for the exam, you have to reject it. Now, in real life, you would probably go to the stakeholder and say, hey, here's what we got. This is what the guy produced. He says it's even better than what you wanted. It's not what you asked for. What do you think? In real life, you would probably do that, right?
Price around some wooden flooring. Someone came to you with some ceramic tiles. Better quality.
Maybe it's better quality.
I can see rejecting that because
However,
it doesn't meet the wood flooring standard.
Well, that's the point.
But if
doesn't meet the
someone came back to
requirement.
you with, hey, I got oak for the same price instead of the
Fine.
pine you were gonna get, I don't understand why I would even consider rejecting.
Well, if the customer is like, I really want some beautiful pine flooring, that would be why, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's yellow
Good point.
and oak is this gray. Who wants that color gray here? And I don't want to I'm staying it pine. You can't stain oak pine. Like, no.
What if you're buying planes and you have an all Boeing fleet? Somebody comes with you with a really great deal on an Airbus that meets all of the same requirements, but then that's going to be the only one-off thing in your fleet. Are you going to accept it?
Well, no, because
Yeah.
probably it's compatible part percentage,
Yeah,
total
you
cost of ownership.
You
wouldn't
didn't,
make
you
that
didn't
call.
specify that in your requirements.
So if it doesn't meet requirements, even if the scenario is pushing you to say it's going to cause you problems, you got to reject it. You reject it. It doesn't meet the requirements. This is what your requirement is. This is what you have to do to get the value. So I need this to get to my value. You give me something that's not this, it's changing what I have. Okay? It's changing it. So reject it. It's not what you asked for, you reject it. Even if it's better, reject it.
My home is bored.
So PMI loves checklists and templates, clipboards and checklists, clipboards and checklists. You're probably doing quality control checks if you have clipboards and checklists. Okay, so use checklists to help stay on track. Use those templates that you have. Anything that checks off quality, all of those documents are artifacts. They'll become artifacts as soon as you file all of your documents at the end of your project, right? And checklists, templates, artifacts are all
Open.
OPAs. OPAs, very good. Checklists, templates, artifacts, all those documents are OPAs. Did you say OPA too? Okay, and then adaptive teams use retrospectives to assure quality, right? We're going to talk about quality, how well we met the requirements in a retrospective. Actually, the sprint review is where the stakeholders tell you whether you met the requirement or not. And if you, well, did or did not, the team's then going to talk about that in their retrospective. So the Army taught me what you expect, inspect. The doer does what the checker checks. That's what they told me. What you expect, inspect. So you expect quality, you expect to meet the requirements, we're going to inspect for it. That happens in the phase we call monitor and control. So in execution, we do quality assurance to assure we'll get our quality standard. And then in monitor and control phase, we're going to do quality control. Look at that, it has the word control actually in it. And that's where we're going to do audits to make sure that we're staying on track. So we're going to determine the metrics we're going to use to assess our project to make sure that we're actually meeting quality. So that's quality control. Those checklists and templates that we use to do our work to make sure we're staying on track, we're going to use those same checklists and templates and our clipboard and our white lab coat to actually do the audits and test and make sure that we're maintaining quality. Now, in this country, like in most countries, we know that we can't be exact and precise all the time. So we have a little tolerance level. We're allowed to have a tolerance. A 2x4 board isn't exactly 2 inches by 4 inches. It's like 1 7/8 by 3 and something, right? And they're not all exactly that either, but they're about 2x4. We'll call them 2x4, but I don't know if you could find a board that was 2 inches by 4 inches, right? There's some tolerance allowed in there. So we have to know what that tolerance is.
There's no tolerance in a 2x4. It's 3.5 by 1.5.
Right, yeah,
Oh, 3.5 by 1.
they're consistent,
Not like 1.5. It's not that.
yeah.
Is it really 1.5? I thought it was like,
No, because you gotta, it's in order for you to have the wall boarding on the end.
They're cut to 2.5 to 2x4 and then planed from there.
see, they're not 2x4.
Figured it out.
But if we had 10 boards here and we measured them, they wouldn't all be just 1.5 by 3.5 either, right?
Pretty close.
Well, it depends on what quality you bought,
Get them.
right? You get the warped one,
No,
maybe.
depends on what grade.
Oh, great, yep.
Depends on what grade we buy, yeah. All right, so. And then again, this is all talked about in a retrospective for Agile too. We're gonna look at our tolerance levels. So let me put it in a chart like this. We're gonna plan quality in the plan phase. We're going to do quality assurance in the execution phase, and we do quality control in the monitor and control phase. Okay, so quality assurance and execution, quality control and monitor and control, those are both test questions. Quality assurance and execution, quality control and monitor and control. So we have some tools that help us with quality, both assurance and control, fixing quality problems. This chart is called an Ishikawa chart, named after Mr. Ishikawa. You may also see it called a fishbone chart or a herringbone chart. I think on the exam, I saw Ishikawa and I saw one of the other terms, but right now I can't remember if it was fishbone or herringbone. I think it may have been fishbone. So I had a former student who said, oh, Fishikawa. I'm like, all right, Fishikawa, that will help you remember that Ishikawa chart is a fishbone chart. And the reason for this chart is to help us identify the root causes of what's causing us problems. Right, so it's to help identify root cause. So this box on the far right-hand side says our product is not meeting quality. So we say, well, why is it not meeting quality? And our team members nominate ideas why it's not meeting quality. It's because of our equipment. So we see that at the top box. It's because of our processes. It's because of our people. It's because of the management here. It's our environment, it's our material, right? So we have these causes. And then we say, well, what about our equipment causes us problems? Well, the equipment is low maintenance. It's not maintained well, and it's old technology. It just can't keep up with the expectations you have. Okay, well, what about our processes? There's not enough R&D. What about the people? Well, there's a lack of training. They're tired. And they're all pushing 60 years old, so they work slow. Okay, what about the materials, the problem? So we start asking this, but why? But why? But why? What about this? So we get down to this middle part, and you can have as many lines on here as you need to, but this middle part of an Ishikawa chart is going to tell us the root causes. And if we can address the root causes, it will help us solve the bigger issues, right? So the root cause is really what we want to get to solve problems. That's a test question. To solve issues, and it'll be tied to quality. To solve issues with quality, you really want to get to the root causes. And we have the 80-20 rule, and PMI says there are so many problems that have overlapping causes that if you address 20% of the causes, you'll address 80% of your issues. Because there's so much overlap amongst the root causes that if you address 20% of your root causes, you'll be able to address, fix, impact 80% of your issues. That's the 80-20 rule with PMI.
Can you explain how the Ishikawa chart identifies root causes? Because what I'm hearing is you just wrote down different ideas. But so how does it identify what the root cause is?
Because we're not going to start with just general terms, like the people here suck. Okay, what am I supposed to do about that, right? What about the people? What about the people that says you make them, that they suck? Okay, we don't ever send anybody to training, so nobody really knows what to do. That's part of the problem. Okay, what else about the people?
Okay, so we're assuming then that all of these ideas are valid, right? So like so at first it starts off with people.
So we
We
just
got
create
people,
categories.
right? That's not good enough. But then we said it's the training. And you're saying that when you say, oh, that's a tangible thing that can be addressed, that's a root cause.
Maybe.
Well, that's what I'm
About the
saying.
training.
Maybe.
Why does the
So
training
what do
suck?
we,
We don't have no
Why
money.
does the training suck? So there's another theory out there.
Yeah.
We're not going to roll into here. That's about the 5 whys. So why? Why aren't we meeting quality? People. Well, why? Because we're not trained. Why? We don't have the budget. Why? Because we keep investing in money over here. So you get 5 whys to get down to what the root cause is, where you should do something about it that will make an impact.
I guess my question is why do we think the training is causing the quality issue?
Because you're talking to your team members and they know.
Right, so on the Ishikawa chart, do we line out training after it's been decided, oh, that isn't the problem? Like what on this chart is telling me what the root cause is?
So this is done in collaboration with whoever's working to solve the problem. Maybe it's a focus group, maybe it's a committee formed to solve a particular problem. It might be your team, it might be your stakeholders. So you're getting together with people who have, let's say, valid opinions, knowledge, insight to this. So if you pull together a group of people and you're like, use my language, they're just all full of shit. They don't know anything. You may want to relook at who you are, but look at who you've gathered, right? So you're going to pull together people who can really help solve this problem. So you want people who are knowledgeable. So if they throw out something, why wouldn't you believe them, right? If it's your team trying to solve this, why wouldn't you believe them?
So is every sub branch of the rib, there's a herringbone and then there's a branch off of that.
Correct.
Are those root causes?
These are the root causes. So the root causes is this middle section, these lines, off of the equipment, we have low maintenance, old technology, improper handling. That's what we're going to say is the root cause. Now, if you want to get down even lower, you could ask why again. And off of low maintenance, you could have another line. That's why do we have low maintenance? We have a budget issue.
Right.
Why do we have old technology? We have a budget issue. The problem's our budget. So what are we going to do about our budget that then is going to address low maintenance? Just fixing the budget itself isn't going to be anything. We got to tie it back to this. So that what about the budget can we affect so that we can improve our maintenance, so we can get some newer technology? Right? So that becomes the part in the middle of this becomes your root causes that you want to address to solve your problems. Okay, let me finish this section, then we're going to take a break. We'll just have a couple more charts here, okay? So a Pareto chart is simply a bar chart, which is called a histogram, but it's ranked from the tallest to the smallest. So for the exam, you want to know a Pareto chart is a bar chart or a histogram. Same word, same chart, histogram, bar chart, but it's ranked from the highest to the lowest. So in terms of quality, we've done some sort of study. We counted something. We did a survey. We sent out a questionnaire. And from that, we gathered information that says in this particular chart, our not on file had 24 instances. That was the biggest issue. And then 15 was the second biggest issue with addition. Cost was 11, freight was 8. On the exam, you're going to see a histogram chart with these bars and probably not the line. But the purpose of this line is to tell you, okay, well, there's 24, but how significant is that? What percentage of the entire population is that? So 24 equals 39%. And then, so 39% of all of our issues were caused by something not being on file. And then 15 other items brought us to 63% total. And then when we added in cost, we got 81% of the total population. We added in freight and that brought us to 94, and we work our way up to 100%. So we can see of all the causes, 100% are accounted for.
Yeah.
And our biggest issue was not on file. So if you want to address the problem, which one are you going to start with?
Not on file.
The not on file one, right? That would be the biggest, your biggest issue. So this is a Pareto chart, histogram bar chart with shown from highest to lowest. This is a control chart. Let me go through to make sure, yeah. Okay, this is a control chart. The control chart, let's think of something we're manufacturing. And we're pulling samples out of the product that we're manufacturing. So we're making widgets. And our widgets are 3 inches round, but we have 1/8 of an inch tolerance. So as long as they're 2 7/8 to 3 1/8, we're going to say it meets requirements. So that's quality. As long as it's from 2 7/8 to 3 1/8 inch round, we're good. That's in tolerance. So we're pulling samples from these widgets that we're making. And an average should be 3 inches. That's what we want the average to be. So that's our mean line. Our control limit is set by the smart people doing statistical analysis, looking at a bell curve, and 3 standard deviations away from the mean is where 99% of everything will fall. So this actually was on the exam. They told me it's been removed, but I'm not certain it's been removed. You may want to know 1 standard deviation away from the average, from the mean, counts for 68% of the entire population of whatever it is you're measuring. 2 standard deviations is 95%, and 3 standard 95, and 3 standard deviations is 99, like 99.7 point something, but basically 68, 95, and 99 are 3 standard deviations. So for our control chart, we have the average, and then the control limit, the upper control limit and the lower control limit are these purple lines, and they represent 3 standard deviations away from the mean. And then we have specification limits, upper specification limit and a lower specification limit. So that's the red line, the upper line and the lower specification limit line. You've probably heard something says it's out of spec. which means it's outside the specification limit. The specification limit is set by the stakeholders, maybe you, the project manager. In this particular case, I don't know why, but they set the specification limits to be beyond 3 standard deviations, above and below. You could have a stakeholder that says, I want more control and puts it lower. But for the exam, you're going to see a chart that looks more like this, where the specification limits is beyond the 3 standard deviations. Okay. So how do we know using a control chart whether we're in quality or not? There's 2 things you want to look at, the rule of 7 and out of specs. So we're going to start on the left-hand side, and we've pulled one widget and we measured it, and it plotted just right below 2 inches, but within our control limit. We pulled the next widget, measured it, and it went outside our control limit, but still within specifications. So we're going to say, okay, we'll allow that one to go. It's within spec. And so we pulled our third one, and it was pretty close to 3 inches. We pulled our fourth one. It was very close to 3 inches, just a little bit above. And we plot all of them. We get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bits. And whoa, that went way outside the specification limit. Hold on, we have a problem. We're out of spec. We have a problem. Someone walked by and kicked the machine, bumped the machine, something. We got something that's out of spec. Stop production. We have a quality issue. As soon as we come to a dot that's out of spec, we have a quality issue. So the test question is something like at which point on the control limit do you first notice a quality problem? And so it would have like A above the second point, B above the fourth point, C below this point, D above some other point, right? But one of the letters above I first noticed it at point 8 where it's out of spec. That's where that would be the answer I choose, right? That's where I first notice a problem. The other rule of 7 says anytime you have 7 in a row on either side of the mean, when you get to the 7th point on the same side of the mean, stop, you have a quality problem. So 7 points on the same side of the mean. So this one, they're bouncing up and down. We don't have 7 points on the same side. We have a quality problem because we're out of spec. Look at the next slide. We see we're out of spec, but we kept on going, bouncing up, and then we get here and we have at the end one red, one red up here, the second red is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Our last point below is 7 points on the same side of the mean that we have a quality problem here. So if we didn't have the out of spec one, if our chart started right after the out of spec and it said, where is the first time you recognize you have a quality problem, you would pick the 7th point where it's on the same side of the mean, okay? And that's because you're really changing the mean at this point. The mean's no longer 3. The mean's being changed a little bit, which is then down the line really going to throw you off, right?
7th point outside of the mean?
On the same side of the mean. So
On the same
7
side.
above, or it could be 7
Got it.
below. But the 7th point on the same side of the mean. So those are the 2, out of spec and rule of 7,
And then because now you're resetting your mean potentially,
basically.
because you're narrowing in your variance. Okay.
So the cleaners last night did a really good job of cleaning, got underneath the machine, moved it around a little bit to do a really good job. Thank you, but it shifted something. And now our widgets aren't coming out 3 inches, plus or minus an eighth. They're coming out 2 5/8, plus or minus an eighth. Okay, out of spec, rule of 7, that's what you want to look for on this chart. Questions about quality that we've talked about so far? Okay, 10-minute break? Sure. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:30. Or whatever time it is in England. Ah. 16:20 in England right now. Thanks, Sally.
They just threw it over the fence. Then kind of go back and forth.
I'm not the
Is-
here. I didn't hire.
Recommending official. Said, I would think it needs.
Like you said, I wouldn't hire you.
I'm not the hire.
But if you were,
You need to
I'm
get
not the
fired.
hire.
Open the camera.
because
Like right in the camera. Oh my God, my goodness.
I'm like walking right at it.
Talking about governing institutions. There's the DOTI and the CGCSI.
Yeah.
Right, we ready to roll?
I should forget that.
I don't care if it's too.
All right. Continuous improvement. We're going to talk about continuous improvement, continuous process improvement again, when we get closer to the end and talk about integration. But just to mention it here, because if we're talking quality and making sure we meet requirements, we talk about quality during retrospectives. Retrospectives and the agile approach is all about continuing to grow and learn and improve. So continuous improvement is tied in with quality, continuing to improve our quality. The third bullet on this slide, typically implementation by a PMO office. But the agile framework builds in continuous improvement. So if we're doing an agile project, continuous improvement is just part of that. Here are some methods that build in continuous improvement. So Six Sigma or Lean Six Sigma, that used to be a big focus at TRANSCOM. They had a department within the J1 that was all about Six Sigma. And there was a goal to have a certain percentage be green belt qualified and a certain percentage be black belt qualified. But I'm guessing that's faded out now. You said something about that earlier. Do you have a department for Lean Six Sigma anymore?
It's
A1?
It's in the 5 now, 5-4.
5-4. It was all about training people within TRANSCOM. They had percentage goals to be Lean Six Sigma. But the idea of Six Sigma is to take a process and say, what is the most efficient way to get from start to finish? To get from A to Z with the fewest steps. So they look at processes, where are the redundancies, where are there unnecessary steps, and we're removing all of those and streamlining everything. That's the idea of Six Sigma. And then we have Kaizen, which is an attitude of continual change. Change is good. We should be looking for ways to change, not be afraid of change. PCDA is something, actually my time at TRANSCOM was the first time I had seen this try to be used, but plan, do, check, act. It's about being efficient. Make a plan, do it. Monitor and control, execute, monitor, control, act, right? And so then agile, again, all the agile methods, I'll even say all the agile methods are about being lean. Minimizing repeating work. So there was a test question about lean methods. And just know that all of the agile methods are lean. All right. That wraps up quality. How does TRANSCOM ensure that you're doing quality work? You usher or ensure quality. You do quality assurance or quality control at TRANSCOM.
I mean, there's feedback.
Do you meet with stakeholders periodically for feedback?
So that's both at the personal level and at the team level. So you have, you know, whether it's a military evaluation or the civilian midterms and those types of things. There's part of the feedback loop where you meet with the stakeholders. And then usually there's some sort of an after action type of group or report, you know.
And there's a lot of measuring and then assessing.
So looking at metrics, we have to find metrics that you measure your, I know the GOC4 looks at some metrics, like how much frustrated freight there is and how long does it take to get from point A to point B? We know how long it's supposed to take to get from point A to point B. So did it take that long? Was it longer or shorter? And then stakeholder feedback. The after action reviews that you do, after action reports are retrospectives. Anybody online? How do you do quality assurance or quality control? It's just so regulated, right? We follow our regulations to make sure we do quality assurance. Okay, let's talk a little bit about communication. We're going to talk more about communication later on as well too, but we'll talk about. Look, anytime you can work in OPAs, do so, right? We follow our OPAs. That's how we do quality assurance. Hello. Here's where we are on the agenda, talking communication. And when we start talking, leading the team, we'll talk communication a little bit more. So we're going to do a communication management plan. we're going to write the plan on how we're going to make sure we communicate with our stakeholders. What are the ways that we communicate? What are the processes we want? How do we communicate within this organization? Will get written in the. So basically, who are we communicating with and who communicates? Team members, stakeholders, authorized, who are approvers. So my time at TRANSCOM, I learned if I was going to write something, it goes to another office. I'm a contractor. I have to put at the bottom, I'm a contractor. Here's my contact information. This is approved by this government person. They're a GS 12, 13, 14, 15, right? And here's their contact information. So that was at the bottom. So we knew this communication was approved. My name is, and I've approved this message. I approve of this message. Yes, that's because at the bottom. So we're going to write who we communicate to and who communicates. When we communicate, what's our reason for communicating? What kind of communication do we do? How do we communicate? Why do we communicate? What do we want back when we communicate? All of those things get put into a communication plan. We'll talk about all these things. Okay. Communication processes. These are some questions that you may want to answer that goes into your communication plan. For the exam, there's some tricky questions. And so you want to read the questions carefully, but it's basically, how do you find out this information? So if you want to find out a structure for communicating, it's got to be in the communication plan. If you want to find out who to communicate to, that's probably in your stakeholder register. The stakeholder register is probably the answer to the exam questions about who you're going to communicate to. But how you're going to communicate to them will be in your communication management plan. It's really helpful to put in your communication plan any specific terminology that your team's going to use that your stakeholders probably don't know. So having a glossary in your communication plan is very helpful, and that's a test question. I don't know, does TRANSCOM use many acronyms or jargon?
No, not at all.
Not at all, just a couple here or there. Your glossary would be short. No, so I started a DLA and we have so many meetings. Like Monday and Tuesday combined, I have like 15 meetings on those days. Not each, 15 each, but combined on Monday and Tuesday. I have 8 meetings Monday, 7 meetings on Tuesday. So I'm brand new. I'm sitting in there. They speak a different language. So I pulled up a document that was actually a really nice, I'm sure it wasn't comprehensive, but it had a lot of acronyms for DLA, the DLA acronym list. And that stayed on my desktop computer for probably 3 weeks. It was just up all the time. And I had it up. So as I'm sitting in these meetings, I'm like, what are they talking about? And I just kept searching the acronym list to find out what they were talking about. Right? Nobody had a glossary to give me, but there was one online. Google found it for me. And that helped me understand the content of the meeting. Otherwise,
I'm trying to.
I still don't know what they're talking about half the time. Now I'm catching on, but yeah, so a glossary is very helpful, especially if your stakeholders don't speak the same acronym language that you speak. Organizational charts are really helpful to have in a communication plan. So org charts show the structure of how we communicate. So if you're in J54, can you just go talk to someone in J1? Or do you have to go through, up the channel, over and back down to talk to someone in J1? There are probably some instances where you can't. Flow charts show how processes happen. Really helpful to have in a communication plan, that there's a certain process for communicating, as well as any templates that you have for reports, meeting agendas. I would put after action reports in there. So templates that you use for standard types of communication, put in your communication plan. And then any communication constraints. Like when you go to the 3rd floor, you have to have this kind of information with you, and don't walk in the main doors. Put that in your, walk through the other door and badge in. Don't go through those nice fancy doors that are of much higher grade. Oh. Okay. I don't know how many questions there are about a communication matrix, but this is what I want you to know about the communication matrix. It is the communication plan in a spreadsheet format. That's it. That's really all it is. We're taking our plan and we're going to put it into a spreadsheet. How we talk, who talks to who. It's just going to go into a matrix. I don't think there's more than one question on the test about the communication matrix. But if you think about it, it's the communication plan in a spreadsheet format. You'll be able to answer the question. Just be picking up the pace a little bit. As a project manager, your job is to continually communicate the project's vision and that value you're trying to get. So you communicate the vision, and then you're going to have to communicate it again. And then you have to communicate it again. And then you have to communicate it again. Because your team is down in the weeds doing all the nug work. And we often forget about why we're doing it, how we connect with the bigger picture. So you want to make sure you're able to communicate the vision, right? To keep reminding people why we do what we do, because it helps us understand the standards. We get down in the weeds working out all of the nug work we do, and we forget about how it needs to connect to the bigger picture. So communicating the vision is real important. To whom, how are you going to communicate it? I don't know. You have to decide that, right? But constantly, it really requires constant reminder of the value we're trying to create and how this fits into the bigger picture. So you probably have stakeholders you need to communicate the vision to and remind them of the vision and the value you're creating. So if we go back to that power interest grid where we're evaluating people based on their power of our project and the interest in our project, that top left box that says they're influential, they have a lot of power, but not a lot of interest. I don't want them to forget that we're creating value. And there's a vision for our project, as well as our key stakeholders. Right? So those two boxes. Now the bottom right is like our cheerleader. So we're giving them our talking points. But the vision, we want to continually re-emphasize. Right? How? Like you're going to get people excited about your vision. But whether it's electronic, whether it's verbally, whether it's in meetings, whether it's one-on-one, you know, it depends on the situation you get to decide. Our project charter, that purpose is to kick off the project and authorizes the project manager to spend resources on the project. The project charter will have some sort of vision statement. All of those documents leading up to that, like the business case, will have a vision statement. But you may also create a vision statement for your project and you'll post it somewhere. Right, so the project charter and vision statements become artifacts for your project. They're artifacts to communicate the vision. And artifacts are, yes, yes. So scope statement. Now, match the culture. That's the way you communicate, right? We don't want to communicate in such a way that people think you're crazy, because that's not how we talk around here. Right? We're going to match the culture. A culture is really a byproduct of the interaction of all of the people. So the way you normally interact, that's the way you're going to interact in communicating the culture, the vision as well too. So some ways to help you communicate whatever it is you're going to communicate, the project vision. You have an elevator speech. Everybody heard of an elevator speech? And in 30 seconds, say what you want to say about this, whatever your project is, I guess, or the vision. So this is like an elevator speech, but so there's a product box. Think about how marketing puts information on a box. It's all the space they get. What information do they put? If you can narrow down your project's vision, your vision statement, your value to be put on a cereal box, right? Here's one. They took a cereal box and modified it for this fundraiser, but that's what the product box exercise is. If you look at any boxes around your house and see what kind of marketing is on it, you go, oh, how do I market my project like this? How do I get it down to 3 simple sentences? That's the product box exercise. The XP metaphor is explaining something complex in everyday terms so that People who don't necessarily know the complex idea can grasp still the idea of your project because you've put it in terms that they understand. So my daughter studied chemical engineering at college, and she would send me a paper and say, would you review this paper? I know you won't understand what it says, but could you read it and give me feedback? She always said that. I know you won't understand what this says, but if you could look at it. Really? But what I knew is if I read her paper and I understood it, then it was a clear enough paper, right? I'm not a chemical engineer. Neither is she today either. But what I thought about in putting this slide together, so another great stuff. The Army multiple times tried to teach me about electricity, right? Now, I could memorize what they say and spit it back on a test so they pass and go, okay, she understands electricity, but I don't understand how electricity works still today. Now, they've told me this several times, and it's not that I don't understand it, I just don't believe it. When I look at the plan, I'm like, well, this will never work. This makes no sense at all. Like, you know, if my friend was flying a kite with a key, I'd be like, what are you doing? Because it's dumb. We're wasting your time, right? But I look at the plan and I go, well, yeah. So I just don't believe in electricity. That's what I've come to realize. But they've tried to tell me it in terms of like, look, there's a little guy with a torch and they run up here and they light the fire and their torch is out so they have to run back and get more fire. And they're explaining it to me like this. So I can see little men with torches running, right? That's the XP metaphor. I can see that. But I still don't understand. I'm like, wait, all this happens. I flip a switch and all of that happens and the lights come on and they're like, yes. And I'm like, no, there's no time. Like it happens right away. They're like, they're really fast. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, I just don't believe in electricity, but they've tried to tell me in non-technical terms using all kinds of metaphors so I will understand it. And I understand it. I just don't believe it. That's like, I'm glad it is. I believe these lights happen because of electricity. Just don't believe the plan of electricity. I don't believe it. I don't believe in electricity. You've met someone who can say that now. All right. Communication methods. So think about communicating your vision or your value, having a little elevator speech, but statements you could put on a cereal box or being able to explain it in common terms if it's a complex situation. Ways that you can do it. I'm guessing you know what all of these are. Verbal, direct face-to-face communication, always the answer you want to choose on the exam if it's an option, always direct face-to-face communication. So we do face-to-face like we're doing in this room, visually talking. If you're online, maybe you see us, some of our faces, maybe you don't, depending on how it's set up. Video conferencing, turn your cameras on. Improves communication, improves understanding. But workshops, we're all coming together to do something. Phone calls allows verbal communication, just not face-to-face, but it's verbal. And then we have all kinds of electronic media. And I'm guessing today, all of us in this room and online do more electronic communication than we do face-to-face communication in terms of project management. You say that's true? More electronic communication today? So emails, text messaging, social media, talking through social media even. Anybody fax anything anymore? There are some government organizations that require you to fax stuff. Like, where do I even find a fax machine?
Yeah, medical loves that for some reason.
You have to fax it. It's the only way we can take it. It has to be faxed.
In my office, day before yesterday, said, hey, do you have a fax machine?
Yeah.
What? No, I don't have a fax machine.
Let me check my.
Exactly.
Fax machine, yeah. So you can go to Office Depot and for like $12 a page, they'll fax something for you.
Yeah.
Right? It's the only fax machine on the planet. Okay. Communication, physical communication is important, super important, so much so that body language is used more to communicate a message than verbal. Definitely more than words. I think we're going to get to a percentage in a little bit, but I think these percentages are removed from the exam now. 90% of our message is transmitted visually. So when you remove visual part of communication, you remove a lot of the context of the message. A lot of context is lost when you remove the visual part of communication. Our brain is able to process information from pictures 60,000 times faster than words. So if you can use pictures instead of words, your message gets across much faster. which is why we use dashboards, graphs, rather than just paragraphs of words. You can replace something with a picture. Communication is much faster, much easier to understand with graphs. So for the exam, those two numbers, 90% transmitted visually, 60,000 times faster were test questions. I think they're probably removed, but I'm not certain. They were test questions, I know. Whiteboards. Whiteboards is on the exam. A whiteboard is a physical board like we see in this room. They replace chalkboards, dry erase boards, or whiteboards. We often have electronic whiteboards today. What's nice about whiteboards is it's used for collaboration. And that's what you see that's written on these whiteboards that I'm not going to erase because some teams got together and this is leading to a strategy that's about how Uncommon is hiring people. This is, I'm not sure. I see TRANSCOM up there. But whiteboards are great for team collaborations, and that's what's going to be associated with the test question.
So team collaboration whiteboards.
Team collaboration whiteboards. And whiteboards can be electronic today. We have electronic whiteboards. But the idea is whiteboards enable collaboration. They replace chalkboards today. Nonverbal communication is important. There we go. 55% of all communication is nonverbal. 90% is transmitted visually. 55% of all communication is nonverbal. Actually, I'm 100% positive that question is removed from the exam now, so you can just cross that. But I'm not certain that 60,000 times faster has been removed. But I'm sure 55% has been removed. I'll take that off. Okay, push-pull communication. Push communication is what I'm doing right now. I'm just pushing information at you, telling you about it, talking to you. If Chris pushed me information when he brought me these papers and said, here's some information you may want to share, pushed it right at me. I took it from him. Right, that's push communication. I'm just going to give it to you and then throw it on the floor. That's what I do. For those of you online, I dropped the papers. Okay, so pushing information, I really am pushing it right at you. I'm walking into your office and talking to you. I'm catching you in the hallway. I'm sending you an email, pushing it to you. Pull is where I've put something on the SharePoint. You have a link for it. You go into the SharePoint whenever you have time and you pull that information out of the SharePoint to read it. That's pull communication. Right? So sometimes you want to push communication. Sometimes you want to let people pull communication. You need to decide for your certain group of stakeholders and how you want to engage them. Are you going to push communication? Or are you going to pull communication? And for all the test questions about stakeholder communication, if you think about, I'm going to communicate the way they want to be communicated with, you'll be able to answer the questions. How do they want to be communicated with? And there'll be something in the scenario that tells you a hint in there. But then I'll push communication or pull communication. But for the exam, you want to know the definition of push and pull. All right, let's talk a little bit about effective communication. According to PMI, the thing you can do the best to make effective communication is listen. Listening skills is the critical skill to enable effective communication. Listening skills are crucial. Active listening skills are crucial. So active listening skills enables collaboration. When I hear what you're saying, I can consider it, think about it, and build on it. If when you're talking, I'm thinking about what I'm going to say next, not really listening to you, we don't really build on each other. We just throw jabs back and forth. If I can listen to you and understand where you're coming from, then we can have real collaboration and build on each other's ideas. It confirms understanding. Active listening confirms understanding, builds trust. And in order to do that, there are things we do to show that we are listening actively. What are things that you do to show that you're listening to someone?
Nod your head.
Nod Nodding. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. What else do we do?
Yeah, Chad was saying ask questions.
I mean, you can reconfirm what they're saying. So I mean, they say something and you just repeat it back to them like, yep,
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
Repeat it back, rephrase it, ask them questions, elaborate more on that. What do you mean by that? Can you tell me more about that? Right? So ask to expand on their thoughts.
Eye contact.
Eye contact. Yep. What else? So restating is just repeating back what they say. Paraphrasing is, let me get this right. What I've heard you say, and then you rephrase it into something that's very similar. So I say yes. Yep. Body language like nodding, eye contact.
I think on a previous slide, it specifically called out nodding as not being universal across cultures. I guess be aware of that.
There are definitely cultural considerations. Yeah. Now, that's not going to be on the exam in terms of communication. But for those of you who have been in the military, who have traveled to other countries, usually get a briefing on, here are things you do, here are things you don't do. Here are things we do that have a different meaning, right? So you want to be aware. You want to be aware of that communication is not universal. Feedback is critical. So if you have effective listening skills, somebody needs to provide you feedback. Really, I have to rephrase this. Someone provides you feedback, and that's how you know that you can have effective listening skills. So it allows two-way communication. And what they really, I hate that this uses the term feedback. So seek feedback continuously, meaning I want to know if you're listening. So I'm going to ask some questions and we're going to create two-way conversation. And what this means, feedback is critical, seek feedback continuously, is let's dialogue. So effective listening allows us to have effective dialogue. So you can seek feedback. Feedback is critical, but it's I hear what you're saying. Let me build on this. And then they get to provide feedback, communicate, build on whatever you've said. So effective listening allows a conversation to build. That's really what it means with feedback is critical. It's feedback continuously. If we want to give effective feedback to someone, we want, and remove that previous statement. Means, because now I want to talk about feedback not in terms of collaboration, but really just providing someone feedback. So active listening allows you to have effective dialogue, okay? Effective two-way communication. Let me switch topics to effective feedback now. So I want to provide feedback to someone for maybe their actions. So maybe we're not talking about dialoguing. Effective feedback is clear. It's specific. So it's about a specific behavior, a specific action, a specific thing. It's not just you suck. You did a great job. Let's put it in a positive term. You did a great job.
Exactly.
Okay, I don't know how to repeat that. I don't know how to make sure that I continue to do a great job. What about it was great, right? So I want specific actions. This report was superbly formatted. I appreciate you getting it to me on time. Clear, specific actions. The format, timeliness, that was specific for that feedback. Objective and critical. Critical isn't like mean, but it allows change to happen. I'm providing feedback because I want to enforce something or create a change. The change may be keep doing this. Like you've done something right, I want you to repeat it. I want you to do it differently and repeat it. Do it differently next time and repeat it. Objective is tough. So I feel like it's subjective. Objective is clearly defined standard somewhere that I'm measuring you against. So I'm going to tell you what the standard is when it's objective. You know, our process here says we do this. So I'm comparing you to the process. So in my feedback, you know that this isn't just my personal feelings about it. There's some sort of standard that I'm referencing in order to make the decision to provide you this feedback. If you want to be able to tell them what that standard is in providing feedback. And then positive is received and understood, negative is misunderstood, becomes a lack of trust, psychological safety. And the negative is, how many of you went home and talked about how you were talked to rather than what was said? And so that's not good feedback. Want to focus on what was said rather than how it was said. So Shannon coaches me a lot on this because when I try to be like really nice and really helpful, I get the message all clouded. Like I don't do that very well at all. And he's like, why didn't you just say this? And I'm like, oh, that actually would have been good to say, but my brain didn't think of that, right? So I'm just real specific, to the point, direct, where it sometimes appears rude and a little too cutting. But otherwise, I get the message all confusing. All confused. It's a mess. It's all clouded. So I start off by saying, look, this is just how I do it. Don't read anything into that. I get it all messed up otherwise. So I'm just going to be very direct to the point, but I got to build in some relationship language in there somehow when I deliver the message, because otherwise people are like, I'm like, I don't do it that way. You go like, why are you even talking to me? I have no idea what you're saying. So I know that about myself. What's important about this slide is face-to-face when possible, direct communication, respect the individual. So in answering questions about communication on the exam, those three items at the bottom, face-to-face when possible, direct communication, respect the individual, are the rules you're going to look at for deciding what the right answer is. So respecting the individual is, we're not going to have a meeting and I'm going to put you on the spot and call you out. Where the team has a problem with you, so we're calling the team together and let the team talk to you about your problem in front of everybody else, not respecting the individual. So that's not what we're going to do. But if you're on my team, and for some reason you're not working on my team because you're spending all your time working on your other job, I'm not going to go talk to the manager of the other job to get you to come work on my team. I'm going to go talk to the team member directly. We're going to have a face-to-face conversation rather than just sending an email. If something's not going right with a person on the team, I'm not going to send an email to everybody and say, it's come to my attention that not everybody shows up for work on time. I expect everybody to be here at a certain point. You've probably gotten an email where you were like, ooh, who did what, right? You probably got an email where you're like, someone's in trouble, but I'm not in trouble. Why are you sending this email to me, right? Like, the person has a problem, whatever the situation is, may not be a problem. You're going to go talk to them directly rather than just blanket email to everybody where you're like, okay, this is obviously directed towards someone, but we don't want to tell that someone. We're not just going to hang a little piece of paper on the wall, let everybody read it as they come in. Right? We're going to have face-to-face direct communication. Those are all the test questions I built into those examples. So you're in a matrix team. So someone's got two bosses, team member not performing. You're going to go talk to that team member directly. You're not going to go talk to the other boss. 3 team members come to you complaining about another team member. You're not going to hold a meeting and call out that other team member. In fact, if the situation tells you it's an agile team, we empower the team. So the answer for that's going to be, what's the team going to do? What's your team charter say how to handle that? Empower the team to fix the problem. Empower the team to fix the problem. I'm willing to bet all the money in my pocket right now, which is like none, but all the money in my pocket, that you will have 5 questions where the answer will be empower the team to solve the problem. Empower the team to solve the problem.
Would it say in the agile framework, or is it just letting you make that assumption? Does it really matter that that's agile?
May not.
Yeah, so I'm thinking. It just seems like a logical.
It may
thing to
not.
do.
Empower the team.
Yeah.
Empower the team.
Yeah.
Okay, how to collaborate? Well, you want open communication. You want people listening and you want everybody contributing. Engage continuously. And not everything's just going to happen within the meeting that you have, right? We're going to engage continuously. Open dialogue happens whenever for open collaboration. Someone may say, oh, I thought of an idea later, and they have a way to insert that into the group that's collaborating. Except that engagement levels may fluctuate amongst your stakeholders. So know that some stakeholders are going to come to your meetings and contribute, and then some stakeholders are going to be absent for a while because they're focused on other things. But you're going to, as a project manager, pull them back in when you can, right? Don't let them forget about you. But those levels are going to fluctuate some. Picking out what's on the test here. Use effective tools for collaboration. Again, shared whiteboards. That's the electronic whiteboard. That would be a shared whiteboard is the tool you want to use for collaboration. The other activities that we do for collaboration, those daily stand-up meetings, collaboration. So we're not going to collaborate in the meeting because those meetings are quick. But everybody's going to hear what everybody's doing. So they'll know that there's a need for collaboration, and then that will happen outside the. If your team is not collaborating well and you want them to collaborate more, one thing you can do is co-locate them. Put them all in the same room so they're working together. They see what each other's doing, they hear what each other's doing. So co-locating is probably the thing for the exam that you do to increase collaboration with your team. If you put everybody in the same room to work, that room has a name. We call that the war room. The war room is the room where the whole team comes together to collaborate. We're going to collaborate when we have those sessions that are designed for collaboration, such as milestone review, backlog refinement, retrospective, sprint planning meetings, sprint review meetings. All those meetings enable collaboration. Pairing and coaching. So we're pushing people together to kind of hopefully have them collaborate. And then we're going to talk negotiations later, but think about a negotiation as an opportunity for collaboration. And then there's the war room.
When you talk negotiations, I know you said we're gonna do that later, but is that like the win-win, lose-lose, win-lose?
Yeah, except PMI is not going to put it in those terms because they hate the win-win thing. Not how you want to approach negotiations. There's no win-win. It's all collaboration. Let's come to a solution that we can both accept. Yeah. So in fact, there's probably a test question that's about negotiation, and win-win will be an option and lose-lose will be an option, and you won't choose those options.
It's counterintuitive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because really all negotiations are lose-lose. The compromise, right? Lose-lose. We all win a little bit, but we come to a solution that we can live with. That's PMI's negotiation solution. We come to some sort of solution that we can just all live with. Okay, reports, formal communication. You guys probably don't know much about reports. Formal communication, you do that all the time at TRANSCOM, right? Yeah, all over. So I don't think there's anything here that you won't be able to answer because that's the life that you guys live. All the questions on the exam about reports and formal communication will be directly related to your experience at TRANSCOM. So at this bottom, recipients of reports, where do you find out who to send a report to? So you, project manager, you look at your team lead and say, send the weekly report. Oh, go do that. And the team lead's like, okay. And then walks up to someone and goes, I don't know who gets the weekly report. And they're like, oh, that would be found in the, if those were your three choices, you would pick
Stakeholder register.
stakeholder register. Who's going to get the report? Okay. I want you to go complete the weekly report. Just use the template that we have. Where do you find the template for the weekly report if those are your three choices?
Communication management.
In the communication management plan, yes. Okay, more
Same answer.
information radiators we talked about, right? So the monitors in this room are information radiators. The idea that they enable collaboration because everybody has a common operating picture. Everybody can see the same information and we can keep information current. Electronic, physical, both. And just because we have some time to make up, I'm looking for the test questions for you. Okay, an information radiator helps inform stakeholders of the most current information. Information radiators helps your team know the status of all the work that's being done. So stakeholders benefit by getting the latest information, the current COP, and team members benefit because they get to see the work of the entire team and the most current work for the entire team, right? So it's current information for the team, but again, we're seeing big picture of the project. For stakeholders, it's a current status. PMI says Kanban boards are information radiators. I'll say a Kanban board is a great thing to show on an information radiator. Whiteboards, information radiators, sure. If you have an electronic whiteboard, the monitor showing the whiteboard is really the information radiator. The whiteboard contains the information. It's sort of the information repository. A lot of companies use wikis. Does TRANSCOM have its own wiki?
It's like SharePoint.
SharePoint. They're databases, but a lot of companies have now wikis because of, you know, Wikipedia, WikiLeaks, Wiki. So you could have a J1 wiki, and that's information that would be relevant for a J1. You can have a J2 wiki, but it's a database like SharePoint site. Fishbowl windows. There is a question on the exam about fishbowls, but does TRANSCOM have fishbowls? I don't remember seeing a fishbowl at TRANSCOM. But have you ever walked by a meeting room that just had all windows and you could see that there was a meeting happening inside there? So there would be a meeting room with lots of glass walls and people could go by and go, oh, look at those people in there collaborating. And the idea was to encourage collaboration, show collaboration happening. And that became known as the fishbowl. Like a fishbowl is all glass. You can see what's happening, all the activity happening inside there with the fishbowl. So meeting rooms that were in glass became known as the fishbowl. So fishbowl windows, it's really, you can see the collaboration that's happening inside of there. The only true information radiator on this list, I think, is really the monitor in the hallway. That's the tangible thing that radiates information. These other things hold information that gets radiated. For the exam, don't split hairs about it. If you see something about a Kanban board being an information radiator or a whiteboard being an information radiator, okay, it's information that gets radiated, I guess. Okay. I feel like we're reaching a point where you guys are like, really, I just want to stop for a while. We keep going another 15 minutes and take a lunch break, or we're good? We're good here? We're good? We good online? All right, I saw a thumbs up here in the middle of the screen. So, all right, we're going to keep moving here just a little bit more. Let's talk about negotiations. Don't think of negotiations as win-win, win-lose, lose-lose. The conversations. The conversations with the intent to get to some sort of collaboration so we get an agreement that everybody can live with. Collaboration to get to some sort of we'll agree to this. Not exactly what I wanted, but I get to some sort of solution. It's not going to be win-win, win-lose. We're going to keep it much more positive than that. Coming in there knowing what I want. Come in there trying to negotiate from a position of power. All those other negotiation tactics. But with PMI, it's like, really the best thing to do is think of it as a conversation. And it's collaboration. You have something you want. I have something I want. There's probably some overlap in there. Let's identify that. Let's figure out how we can get to a solution that's acceptable to both of us. That's negotiations for PM. All right, reaching consensus. That's the terminology you'll see on the exam. I said reaching agreement. It's reaching consensus. Conversation to help us reach consensus. If we can stay positive, we're more likely to reach an agreement, because people are more likely to reach an agreement with people they like, people who are helpful. Right? I think I want to help you be successful too. You need to be successful, but appreciate a relationship that's going here, conversation we're having, figure out a way for both of us to be successful. Easier said than done, I think, right? Meetings. Anybody ever attend a meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody ever attend 2 meetings at once? People online are doing that right now, I'm sure, right? That's why they're online. So here's what PMI wants you to know about meetings. Everybody's time is valuable. If you have a meeting, it needs to have a purpose. Don't have a meeting where people walk away and go, well, that could have been an email. Right? Everybody's time is valuable. So agendas are necessary for a meeting. You want to be organized going into a meeting, and that means you have to have an agenda. You have a purpose, you're organized, leads to an agenda. Meetings are time boxed, which means I've asked you to come to a meeting from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. That's how much time I've asked for, 9 to 10. So you start on your agenda and it comes 10 o'clock and you're not done yet. What do?
Stop the meeting.
You stop the meeting. Meetings are time boxed. 10 o'clock's done. We didn't finish the agenda. We need to set another meeting to talk about this again. When are you available to set another meeting to finish what's on our agenda? Okay, they're time boxed. Start the meeting at 9 o'clock. You're done with your agenda at 9:35. What do? You stop the meeting at 9:35. You don't have to go to 10 o'clock, right?
Yes, 10 o'clock.
That's 9, it's time box, 9 to 10. It's got to end by 10, but you're done sooner. That's okay. Right? So you have an agenda. You don't get through the agenda. I have one more item. Can you guys stick around to talk just one more thing, give me another 10 minutes. Maybe they'll stick around. But you can't just make people stick around, right? Their time's important. You've asked for 1 hour, it's 1 hour. You don't get through everything? Sorry. Next time we'll control the conversation a little bit better or something. Now, you're going to facilitate the meeting. It really depends on what the agenda is, but think of yourself as facilitating the meeting. So you want input. You want the chance that people who need to speak up can speak up. You want everybody's voice. So the person who's not saying anything, you may ask for their input. So we're going to talk more when we talk diversity, inclusion. We want to make sure that we have all of the opinions we need represented. So when Sam said earlier, invite people from different areas to come talk about this, identifying risk, we want that in a lot of areas, right? We want to make sure that we have all the information we need for our project. So we want different ideas and opinions. So practice active listening, providing feedback, and facilitating conversation. All right, there are challenges with communication. Urgency and need for information is one of those things. Anybody experience where someone says, hey, I have a meeting in like 10 minutes and I just found out they want this topic. Can you tell me? Give me this information. Can you give me this information by tomorrow morning? And you're like, okay. So had you given me more time, I could have crafted a better message for you. But because I had to do this sooner or in a rush situation, my communication may not have been as good as it could have been had I had more time, right? So urgency for the need for information sometimes causes communication challenges. Availability of technology or reliability of technology. Anybody try to send an email and the network goes down and doesn't get through? It gets sent to the spam box. Typed in someone's address wrong. There are two of you in the system with the same name, and I sent it to the person without the number 1 after their name. So it didn't get to them like I thought it did. Ease of use. Sometimes it's just difficult to be able to transmit a message to someone. And it could be because of the communication channels we have in our organization. It's not easy to get to that person to give them a message. Didn't we talk about C2IE in here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Ease of use. Yeah, I quit trying. I had someone else willing to play with it. So you just keep doing that. I'm awful. Okay, our language sometimes causes us problems, right? We don't all speak the same language. DOD speaks a lot of jargon. DLA, DOE, DOD, and DLA don't speak the same language. So we have to figure out a way to all communicate, understanding what we mean.
Same acronym has 10 different definitions.
What?
An acronym that has 10 different definitions.
Yes.
Okay, AMC.
Yes. Army Material Command, yes.
Exactly.
AMC, yeah. Army Material Command if you're in the Army, Air Mobility Command if you're in the Air Force. Right?
Get it first.
We have JTMS at TRANSCOM, Joint Transportation Management System, Joint Training Management System. If you're in J37, JTMS means something completely different than if you're in J4. JILLIS, JLLS, JLLIS, both called JILLIS. Right? What are we talking about there? Got some language problems. I think the other person understands what I said, and it just, yeah. They understood from their point of view, but not your point of view. So messed up communication. Sensitivity and confidentiality. We talked about this before. I feel like we talked this whole slide before, did we? But never deny yourself the chance to say, Opa. And then data protection laws, regulations, right? Some things we're just not allowed to say, like sharing PII. We don't do anything marked CUI, secret, top secret. Sometimes we share, we don't share them. And accessibility requirements sometimes create communication challenges. Okay, here's my challenge to you with communication. Going back to the beginning, the purpose of a project is to create something of value. In your status reports about your project, I challenge you to start your reports talking something about the value of your project as opposed to just the tasks that you've been doing. What value have you created? What are you doing for your stakeholders? Because I want to run my own little experiment and how it goes. Like if you start off by talking about, here's the value I created for you, rather than I've just done these kind of tasks, right? Here's our schedule, here's our budget, right? But here's the value you've now gained, and here's where we are in creating the value. I wonder if that changes the relationship with the stakeholders. I wonder if that changes the way they look at your project. I don't know. But I want to know. So I'm challenging you to do an experiment and come back and tell me, right? Over time, it has to be a longer research project. If you were able in your reports to put a value statement and right up front, here's the value you're getting from this project. Does it change your relationship with your stakeholders? Does it change their relationship to the project? I think it could. Just not sure. That's my challenge to you. Okay. Questions about anything with the communication management plan or communication? We talked a little bit earlier with stakeholder communication. Questions online? When you ask for questions online, you have to count to 7. It's like the number, count to 7, give them time to answer. So if you're online, you have to answer within the count of 7 or I shut you off. That's what you get, the count of 7. Okay, let's stop here for lunch. Can we take a 45-minute lunch today? Okay, we need an hour. So I saw Sam go like, ooh.
No, 45 is good.
45? Is that okay, 45? It's like I was hoping for an hour nap plus the massage chair. Okay, let's do 45 minutes. Let's come back. Let's do 48 minutes. Is that better for you? And 48 minutes. We'll come back at 1/4 and start again. Okay?
Okay. 45.
So you're my.
God.